Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Room 213, the Unlisted Motel Horror. The first thing I noticed was the smell. A faded neon sign buzzed intermittently outside, casting a sickly pink glow through the grimy window. The carpet was threadbare, the walls a peeling, off-white that might once have been cream. A small desk sat in the corner, cluttered with a few pamphlets and a battered guest book that looked as if it hadn't been opened in weeks. I rubbed my hand along the rough plaster of the wall and shivered. The air was colder than I expected for early fall, or maybe it was just a draft sneaking through the cracked window near the ceiling. I approached the desk. An old man, his hair more gray than white, looked up from a crossword puzzle. He didn't smile, but he didn't frown either. He just nodded. "Room for the night?" he asked, voice gravelly but not unkind. "Yeah," I said, pulling my backpack off my shoulder. "Just passing through." "I'll take whatever you've got." He shuffled to a drawer and pulled out a handful of keys, jingling them as if trying to decide which one to offer. The key he handed me was heavy with rust spots, attached to a faded plastic tag that read Room 213. I glanced up at the peeling directory behind him. The second floor had rooms 201 through 212, then a stairwell. No mention of 213. I blinked, thinking I'd misread. "Room 213? I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yep. Just down the hall, second door on your left," he said. "We added a little extra space last year. Not on the map yet." I nodded slowly, intrigued despite myself. An unlisted room? That was unusual, but I wasn't about to argue. I paid cash, the notes feeling heavy and foreign in my palm, then made my way toward the staircase. The stairs creaked underfoot, each step a protest against the weight of years. The hallway was dim, lit by flickering fluorescent tubes that buzzed overhead. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern, peeling at the corners and stained with watermarks. The air smelled the same as the lobby, damp, cold, a hint of something metallic I couldn't place. Room 213 was just where he said it would be. The door looked older than the others, the paint chipped and scratched. I slid the key into the lock. It resisted for a moment, then turned with a reluctant click. Inside, the room was smaller than I expected. A single bed with a stained blanket, a rickety wooden chair, and a small nightstand with a lamp that buzzed when I flipped the switch. The window was cracked open slightly, letting in a breeze that smelled faintly of wet earth and distant traffic. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat on the bed, running my hands over the rough fabric of the blanket. The room felt colder than the hallway. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Typical. The motel was miles from anything resembling a town, surrounded mostly by scrubland and a few scraggly trees. I unpacked a little, then decided to stretch my legs. The room still felt cramped, and I wanted to get a sense of the place. The hallway outside was empty, silent except for the low hum of the fluorescent lights. I pulled the motel map from the wall, a faded sheet of paper with a simple floor plan, and frowned. Room 213 wasn't on it. The second floor ended at 212. Curious, I stepped back into the hall and looked both ways. The stretch of doors was exactly what the map showed. I counted 201, 202, 203, all the way to 212. Number 213. I pressed my ear to the door of 213. Nothing. No voices, no movement. Just quiet. Maybe the old man was right. Maybe it was just a makeshift room, carved out in a space no one cared to document. I shrugged and turned to head back. That's when I noticed something else. The hallway seemed different. Not physically different, exactly, but the space felt off. The light seemed dimmer, the air, cold and heavy with silence heavier. I took a few steps, then stopped. The wallpaper pattern didn't quite match what I remembered. The floral print was the same, but some of the stains were gone, replaced by others in different places. The cracks in the plaster seemed to have shifted. I blinked hard. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a flickering light playing tricks. I'd been driving all day, probably more tired than I thought. I pulled out the map again and compared it to the hallway. The doors on the right side were definitely 201 through 212. But on the left, the hallway seemed to stretch farther than it should. There were more doors than the map showed, some with no numbers at all. I tried the nearest door on the left. Locked. The next one down was locked too. I walked further, noting the odd silence. No hum from the lights here, no buzzing. Just a dead quiet that pressed against my ears. I stopped at the last door on the left. No number. The door was painted a dull gray, nothing like the others. The lock looked newer, shiny and without rust. I reached out, fingers trembling. Before I could touch it, a noise echoed from somewhere behind me, a faint scraping sound, like metal on concrete. I whipped around. The hallway behind me stretched empty and dim. No one there. My breath hitched. I told myself it was just the old pipes or maybe a loose hinge somewhere. I turned back to the gray door. It didn't budge when I tried the handle. I stepped back, heart thudding in my chest. This place was full of little oddities. I decided to head back to my room, but the hallway had changed again. The doors I'd passed moments ago looked unfamiliar. One had a peeling sticker that said utility closet where before there had been a window. Another door that had been painted blue was now a dull brown. I swallowed hard and tried to retrace my steps. The hallway twisted, or maybe I did. The doors seemed to rearrange themselves, and the air grew colder still. I stopped. The silence was absolute now. No hum from the lights, no distant creaks, nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the faint rustle of the cracked window in my room. I could have sworn the door numbers were changing too. 213 was gone. I spun on my heel and started running, or at least trying to, but the hallway stretched out endlessly in every direction. The pattern on the wallpaper blurred, the stains forming shapes I couldn't quite identify. Something was wrong. I didn't know it yet, but I knew I wasn't supposed to be here. Not really. And I didn't know how to get out. The hallway didn't just stretch, it warped, folded over itself like an origami gone wrong. I forced myself to move. If I stayed still, I'd lose whatever thread of sanity I had left. I pressed my hand to the nearest door frame and slid down until I was sitting on the cold floor. The sticker that said utility closet was cracked and curling at the edges, the text faded into something almost unreadable. I reached out and touched the peeling paint. It felt brittle, like it had been there for decades, yet somehow new. I had to figure this out. Slowly, I stood and pulled the motel room key from my pocket again. Room 213, or whatever it was supposed to be. But the key had no number engraved, only a dull brass tag that I'd barely noticed before. Now it felt ominous, like a clue or a warning. I fumbled with it, trying the lock on the utility closet door just to see if it fit. It didn't. The hallway behind me, was it the same? I turned back, eyes darting down the corridor. The doors had shifted again. Where the blue door had been, now a dull brown one stood, its surface marred by what looked like water stains. I shook my head. No, that couldn't be right. I took a deep breath, trying to clear the fog of panic clouding my mind. I needed a plan. Running around like a headless chicken wasn't going to get me out of here. I pulled out my phone, heart sinking when I realized the signal was gone. No bars. Nothing. The air smelled stale, like damp plaster and something else, something faintly metallic. I caught the scent of mold too, low and sour beneath it all. I crinkled my nose, wondering how a place like this was still open. I decided to map the hallways. Forcing myself to focus, I started walking, counting doors on each side, making mental notes of the numbers. Except every door number was wrong or missing entirely. 208 turned into 310, then 104, then back again. The numbers made no sense. There was a small vent near the ceiling that I hadn't noticed before, its grill rusted and bent. I crouched to peer inside, but it was pitch black beyond the slats. The faintest draft stirred my hair. A whisper of air, like a breath exhaled just beyond reach. "Hello?" I called softly. My voice sounded strange, too loud, too hollow, and I immediately regretted breaking the silence. No answer. Only the dull hum of silence pressing back. I kept moving, turning corners that didn't align with the floor plans pinned in the reception area. Hallways looped back on themselves. Doors I'd passed moments ago appeared in different places. I tried each handle. Locked. 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 One door was slightly ajar, just a crack, but when I pushed, a wall of darkness blocked the threshold. No light, no depth. Like the door led to nowhere. I swallowed hard. The hallway behind me shifted again. A faint clicking sound echoed far off, but definitely mechanical. The fluorescent light above flickered erratically, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. My skin prickled. I wanted to turn back, but the path I'd come from had vanished. I stopped, pressing my back against the wall. The air was colder here, biting at my exposed neck. I tucked my arms around myself, the fabric of my shirt suddenly damp with sweat. I tried to calm my breathing, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Then, faint footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Too steady. I froze. My eyes darted down the hall. No one. No one should be here. The motel was nearly empty, at least, that's what I'd been told. Maybe I wasn't alone. Maybe I never had been. Heart hammering, I edged toward the nearest door, the one labeled maintenance. The key didn't fit, but the door wasn't locked. I pushed the handle. The door opened just enough to slip inside. The room was cramped, filled with cleaning supplies and a battered metal cart. The fluorescent bulb buzzed weakly overhead. I grabbed a rag, wiped off the counter, and found a small clipboard pinned to the wall. It was a schedule log, dates, times, and cryptic notes in a messy scrawl. Check West Wing doors, one entry read. Another said, strange noises near room 310. Last one was dated 2 days ago. Strange noises? Room 310? But that room didn't exist on the floor plan. I sank down on the floor, clipboard in hand, and tried to make sense of it. The notes were scratched out in places, but the handwriting was the same throughout. Whoever had written this was keeping tabs. On what, exactly? And why? A sudden creak made me jump. The door handle rattled. I pressed my body against the door frame, holding my breath. "Hey," a voice called, rough and low. "You lost?" I blinked. I hadn't noticed anyone approach. The voice was close, too close. "I know," I said, voice shaky. I'm just trying to find my room. Room 213? The voice was cautious, almost wary. Yes. I didn't want to sound suspicious, but I couldn't lie. Not here. A figure stepped into the doorway, a man in his late 40s, face shadowed by a baseball cap. His eyes flicked to the clipboard in my hands. You shouldn't be in here, he said, voice quieter now. This place. It's not what it seems. I swallowed. What do you mean? He hesitated, then motioned for me to follow him. Come with me. I'll explain. I wanted to say no, to bolt down the endless hallways, but something in his tone told me I didn't have a choice. The desperation in his eyes mirrored my own. We stepped into the hallway, the door closing behind us with a soft click. The fluorescent lights flickered again, casting the walls in that sickly yellow glow. I've been here a long time, he said, voice low as we walked. Longer than I wanted. The motel's got secrets, and it's got people who want to keep them. People? I echoed, heart skipping. He nodded grimly. Not ghosts. Not monsters. People. Men who watch. Who control. The air grew heavier with each word. I felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing in. I wanted to ask more, but the maze shifted again, the walls bending, twisting like a living thing. And then I heard it, a faint, distant whisper. Not words, just breath. Coming closer. I stopped. The man did too. Did you hear that? I whispered. He nodded. They're here. The hallway around us darkened, swallowing the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. And the real nightmare was just beginning. The whisper faded, swallowed by the thick, stale air hanging in that corridor. They're watching, he said quietly, voice barely above the hum of the flickering lights. Not just us. Everyone who comes here. They want to see what you'll do. How far you'll go. I swallowed hard. The hallway stretched ahead, endless and twisting, plaster cracked and peeling like old scabs. The scent was stale, like damp carpet mixed with something sour, maybe sweat or old fear. I rubbed my arms, though the air wasn't cold, just heavy, as if it pressed down, trying to weigh me into silence. Why me? I asked, voice cracking. Why am I even here? He didn't answer right away. Instead, his gaze drifted toward a narrow gap between two doors. The paint was chipped, and something dark, almost black, marred the edge of the frame. Something that looked like dried blood, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't want to be sure. The motel doesn't just trap people, he finally said. It's a filter. They pick who stays, who leaves. You think this is random? That you just stumbled into some bad luck? No. You were chosen. Or maybe you chose yourself by coming here. I swallowed again. This time the dryness in my throat was real. I wiped my palms on my jeans, feeling the rough cotton scratch against my skin. The man's words made the walls seem closer, the lights buzzed louder, the shadows deeper. Who are they? I pressed, glancing over my shoulder. The hallway behind us looked the same as before, but I knew better. Hallways here weren't hallways. They were traps, spirals, mirrors of madness. Men, he said. They run things. Watchers, controllers. They have eyes everywhere, even when the lights go out. His gaze flickered down the hall, then back to me. You can't just walk out. Not anymore. Not anymore? My voice cracked again, disbelief bleeding in. Yes. He took a slow breath, like he was steadying himself against some invisible weight. When you passed through that door, you crossed a point of no return. The motel's corridors aren't just walls and floors. They're rules. And you broke the rules. I felt it then, an uncomfortable tightening in my chest, a quickening pulse that made my hands tremble. I wanted to argue, to deny it, but the truth was undeniable. Every hallway I tried led deeper into the maze. Every exit was a dead end or locked tight. The room number on my key, the one that wasn't on any floor plan, wasn't a mistake. It was a trap. What happens now? I whispered. He didn't answer, just stepped forward, his footsteps soft but purposeful against the cracked linoleum. The flickering light overhead sputtered, threatening to die, and the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for us with fingers of darkness. We came to a door at the end of the hall, the kind with a small, grimy window near the top. Through the glass, I saw a faint glow, the shape of a figure hunched over something. The man reached out and rapped his knuckles sharply. A voice responded from inside, low, cautious. "Who's there?" The man's eyes narrowed. "We need to talk." The door creaked open, revealing a woman with pale skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. Her eyes darted nervously between us, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "You shouldn't be here," she said, voice trembling. "They're watching. Always watching." "Tell me," I blurted, stepping forward despite the knot in my stomach. "What is this place? Why are we trapped?" She swallowed hard, glancing back down the hallway like expecting something terrible to appear. "It's not just a motel. It's a holding ground. For people who've lost everything or who've been taken for reasons they don't understand. And the watchers, they don't let anyone leave without a price." I stared at her, the weight of her words settling in. "A price?" Her eyes flicked to the man beside me, who nodded grimly. "Some never pay. They disappear. Others, well, they change." The hallway around us seemed to pulse with the hum of unseen machinery, or maybe just the motel's old wiring straining under years of neglect. I realized then that this wasn't just a place to sleep. This was a cage. And we were the inmates. I wanted to back away, to run, but my feet felt heavy, as if the floor itself was pulling me deeper into the labyrinth. The woman stepped aside, her eyes warning me not to trust the silence, the shadows, or the promises of escape. "We have to move," the man said abruptly, breaking the tense stillness. "They're coming." Before I could ask who, or why, or how, the distant whisper came again, closer this time, threading through the air like a breath on my neck. A soft shuffle on the cracked tile. The woman's face went pale. "We don't have much time." I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and fear thick on my tongue. Every instinct screamed to run, but I was already too far in. The walls, the locked doors, the watchers, they had me. And now, I had to find a way through or be lost to this place forever. The door slammed shut behind us with a finality that echoed through the corridor. There was no turning back. No safe exit. Only forward. And whatever waited in the shadows was coming for us next. My heart pounded as footsteps drew nearer, shadows lengthening with every breath. The footsteps came closer. "We don't have much time," the woman repeated, voice low but urgent. The man's hand brushed my arm, brief, almost hesitant, and I realized it was the first human contact I'd had in hours. It felt grounding, but only just. The corridor stretched ahead, a tunnel of cracked plaster and peeling paint, lit by a single fluorescent bulb that flickered weakly, buzzing like a swarm of angry flies. I could smell something sour, stale sweat mixed with the faint odor of mildew, and something else, metallic and sharp, like iron but distant enough to tease the senses. "Who's coming?" I whispered, my voice barely carrying past the walls. The man glanced back, ice dark pulls of worry. They don't want us out. I blinked. Who? He shook his head. No time. Just move. I wanted to argue, to ask what I'd gotten myself into, but the sound was closer now, a soft shuffling, like someone dragging their feet carefully, deliberately, just beyond the bend. The woman took the lead, her steps light but quick, the soles of her shoes whispering against the cracked tile. I followed, trying to match her pace, but my legs trembled beneath me, unsteady like I'd forgotten how to walk. Around us, the hallway seemed to shift. Doors that hadn't been there before appeared on either side, their handles gleaming faintly in the dim light. Locked, all of them. The dead ends multiplied, like the building was folding in on itself, a trap closing tight. This way, she said, turning sharply down a side hall I hadn't noticed. I stumbled after her, heart hammering so loud it drowned out everything else. The walls closed in. The air got colder. A sudden noise, a door creaking open far behind us, made me freeze. I saw the man's jaw tighten. The woman's fingers clenched into fists. They're not far, she said. We've got maybe 2 minutes before they reach this floor. 2 minutes. That was all. I swallowed the lump in my throat, tasting bitter saliva. Why was I still here? Why hadn't I run when I had the chance? Because I didn't know where to run. We turned another corner, and the hallway stretched endlessly ahead. Impossible, really, given the layout I'd memorized from the lobby's floor plan. There was no way this corridor should exist. No way it should lead anywhere but back to the lobby, or out to the parking lot. But it didn't. It led deeper. I glanced at the key in my hand, cold metal pressed against my palm. Room 217. The number that didn't exist. The number that had pulled me into this nightmare. Do you think they know about the key? I asked, voice barely audible. The man looked over, eyes narrowing. They're interested in everything that moves. Keys, faces, mistakes. Mistakes. That word echoed in my mind. We stopped at a door, heavy and scarred. The woman pressed her ear against it, then shook her head. No one there. The man exhaled sharply. We can't stay. We have to move. I nodded, but my legs felt like they were filled with lead. The woman pulled a small flashlight from her jacket pocket and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness like an item. Follow me, she whispered. We moved again. The flashlight revealed peeling wallpaper, jagged cracks in the plaster, and the odd scrawl of faded graffiti letters and numbers that didn't mean anything to me but felt like clues left by someone else trapped here before. The air smelled of damp concrete and something else, oil, maybe, or gasoline. There was an acrid tang at the back of my throat, and I rubbed my nose, trying to clear it. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died. Silence. Complete silence. I blinked, trying to adjust to the dark. The woman cursed softly, clicking the flashlight on again. It sputtered to life, but dimmer this time, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Stay close, she said. A sound. Footsteps. Faster now. Closer. I felt the man's hand grip my shoulder, firm and grounding. They're here, he said. I fought the urge to bolt, to throw myself into the first open door or down the stairs or through a window if necessary. But the doors were locked. All of them. The woman's voice cut through the tension. One of us distracts them. The rest get to the stairs. I turned to her, eyes wide. Me? She nodded. You have the key. They want it. You're the bait. My stomach twisted. There has to be another way. No, she said firmly. We don't have time. You'll be okay. I wanted to scream that I wouldn't be okay. I wanted to beg her not to send me out there alone. But the footsteps were almost at the corner now. Go, the man urged, shoving me toward a door at the end of the hall. I hesitated, then slipped inside. The room was pitch black except for a faint sliver of light from a cracked window near the ceiling. The smell hit me first, sharp, chemical, like bleach mixed with something rotten. I pressed my back against the cold wall, key clutched tightly in my hand, and tried to steady my breathing. Outside, the footsteps slowed, then stopped. Silence. Then a voice. Low, calm, but with an edge that sent a shiver down my spine. Room 217, it said. I swallowed hard. Who's there? No answer. My heart thudded painfully, my palms slick with sweat. I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, trying to find anything I could use to protect myself or to barricade the door. There was a broken chair, a cracked mirror, a dresser with one drawer hanging open. The door handle rattled. I stepped back, breath catching as the knob turned slowly. The door creaked open. A figure stepped inside. Tall, wearing a dark jacket, face obscured by shadow. Got something that belongs to us, the voice said again, colder this time. I tightened my grip on the key, every nerve screaming. Give it back, the figure said. And in that moment, I realized I didn't have a choice. Because this wasn't about a room number or a key anymore. It was about survival. And I had to outwit whoever or whatever was hunting me. The door slammed shut behind us, and the room plunged into darkness once more. The hallway was cold. Not just the temperature, not the kind of chill you get from an open window or a busted heater, but a cold that settled deep into your bones, like you were standing inside something that wasn't meant for people at all. I stood there, the key in my palm suddenly feeling heavier, almost as if it absorbed the cold from the rusty metal beneath my fingers. The flickering overhead light buzzed again, its feeble glow casting jittery shadows along the cracked plaster walls, the texture rough and peeling like old scabs. I'd been wandering these endless corridors for hours, or maybe just minutes. Time had stopped making sense somewhere between the third and fourth turn, where the wallpaper curled away from the walls in strips, revealing dark, damp patches that smelled like forgotten basements and mold. I tried to remember how I got here, but my thoughts tangled and slipped away as quickly as they came. The keys for room 117 didn't exist, that much was clear, and neither did any floor plan that matched this place. I checked the lobby twice, even showed the front desk clerk the key, but he just blinked at me like I was speaking a different language. I wasn't sure if he was confused or pretending not to understand. Neither option was comforting. I leaned against a door, pressing the rough wood to my cheek. It was cold, but solid. Locked, of course. Every door was locked. I tried twisting the knob, rattling the frame. Nothing. The sound of my own breathing seemed harsh and loud in the silence. I swallowed, tasting the stale, musty air like it had been trapped here since the motel was built. A sudden noise made me freeze. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not my own. Somewhere down the hall, past the bend where the light flickered worst, a door opened with a creak. Then footsteps again, soft but unmistakable. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing. Hello? My voice cracked like a dry twig breaking. No answer. I could have run. I wanted to. But where? Every hallway led me deeper into this maze of locked doors and dead ends. The walls seemed to close in. The smell of mildew mixed with dust and something else, something faintly metallic. Blood? No, I thought. I refused to let my mind go there. I started walking toward the sound, my hands trembling so badly I had to grip the key tightly to keep from dropping it. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice. Low, steady, but close. You shouldn't be here. I wanted to scream, run, do anything. But my legs felt like they were made of lead. Who's there? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. A shadow moved around the corner, a man. Mid-30s, I guessed, with dark circles under his eyes and a face that was tired in a way that made it hard to look away. He didn't smile. You need to leave. Now. Why? I kept my voice steady, though my heart pounded like it wanted to escape my chest. What is this place? Why doesn't room 117 exist? He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Because it's not supposed to. This floor, this wing, people don't stay here. Not really. His eyes flicked down the hall, like he was expecting someone else. I wanted to press him for answers, but something about the way he looked made me hesitate. There was exhaustion, but also fear. A warning. Look, he said finally, voice low. I'm going to take you out of here. But you have to trust me. Don't stop. Don't look back. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to run in the opposite direction. We moved quickly, his hand brushing mine to guide me around sharp corners and past doors that seemed to watch us with silent, locked eyes. The air grew warmer as we neared what felt like the lobby again, but it was different now, less decayed, somehow, like a faded memory trying to come back into focus. Outside, the sun was setting. The sky bled red and orange, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement and the overgrown weeds strangling the parking lot. The man stopped near an old sedan, its paint chipped and faded. Get in, he said, voice urgent. I hesitated, glancing back at the motel. The building loomed like a beast, windows dark and dead. I thought about the hours I'd spent trapped in its corridors, the endless locked doors, the oppressive silence. I thought about the key that didn't belong, the rooms that weren't there, and the man who had appeared from the shadows to pull me out. I slid into the passenger seat, the vinyl cracked and sticky under my fingers. The man got behind the wheel, engine sputtering to life with a cough and a groan. As we pulled away, I looked back one last time. The motel grew smaller, swallowed by dusk. Who are you? I asked quietly. He glanced over, eyes tired but clear. Someone who's been stuck here too long. I swallowed, the weight of my own exhaustion pressing down. How did you get out? He smiled, a brief, sad upturn of his lips. I didn't. Not really. But I found a way to keep moving. The road stretched ahead, dark and uncertain. But for the first time in what felt like forever, I believed I could leave the maze behind. As the city lights flickered in the distance, I thought about the strange, decaying motel and the man who had saved me. About the key that didn't fit any lock. About how sometimes, the worst prisons aren't made of bars or chains, they're made of silence, confusion, and the places we're afraid to face. I didn't know what awaited me beyond that night, but I knew one thing for certain, I wouldn't let myself get lost again. Not in a building. Not in my own mind. The road hummed beneath us, steady and sure. And for the first time, I felt the weight of the key lift from my pocket, light as a promise. Story 2, Silent Observers at Cedar Ridge, Haunting Shadows at the Way Station. I always hated the way station on the edge of Cedar Ridge. But each time I pulled my rig into its designated spot, always the same time, early evening, I caught shadows. Not in the way you might imagine, like a trick of the light or a stray branch casting patterns. No, these were silhouettes, vague and still, watching from behind the glass windows. I told myself it was nothing. The station was abandoned, the windows grimy, the glass slightly reflective. Maybe the shapes were just my own tired eyes messing with me after 10 hours on the road. Still, when I glanced up, they were there. Tonight was no different. I rolled in just as the sky was bruising from orange to a deep purple, the kind of dusk that smells like rain but never quite delivers. The cab's heater was set low, just enough to take the edge off the creeping chill seeping through the cracked window. The faint hum of the engine was a familiar friend, the occasional creak of the dashboard a reminder I was still in my truck, not somewhere else. Just a quick break, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. The radio buzzed softly, a country song I barely recognized. As I shifted gears into neutral, my eyes caught the station's window again. The silhouettes were there, pressed against the glass like dark smudges on a dirty pane. They didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched. My throat tightened. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes with the back of my hand. When I looked back, they hadn't changed. Probably some kids messing around, I said aloud, though Cedar Ridge wasn't exactly a hotspot for pranksters. More likely, I reasoned, it was trickery of the light. Maybe the reflection of the dashboard, my own shadow. I leaned forward, squinting harder, trying to catch a detail, a collar, a hat, a face, but the shapes were stubbornly vague. Just dark forms. I swallowed and forced my gaze back to the windshield. The night air smelled faintly of diesel, dry leaves, and that sharp tang of ozone, like a storm had passed nearby. It was the kind of smell that made your skin crawl a little, even if you couldn't say why. I reached over to my logbook, thumbing through the pages with fingers that still trembled slightly. Nothing unusual there. The hours logged, the routes taken, the miles covered, everything matched what I remembered. At least, it did today. Yesterday's entries, though, gave me pause. 3 hours recorded that I couldn't place. No stops, no rest breaks, no notes. Just blank stretches of time filled with driving miles I had no memory of accumulating. I flipped back again, eyes scanning for a mistake, a scribbled note, anything to explain the gaps. Nothing. I shoved the book aside. Maybe I was just tired. You know how that sounds, tired and forgetful. But this wasn't normal. Not for me. I looked outside again. The silhouettes were still there. I swear they were leaning closer now, as if they wanted me to see them. My mouth went dry. I felt the heat drain from my cheeks. I told myself to breathe, slow and steady. Probably just someone working late, I said, a little louder this time, hoping the sound would steady my nerves. Maybe the inspectors. Could be maintenance. No reply. No sound at all from inside the station. The lights flickered once, then steadied. The silhouettes remained unmoving. I considered driving off, but something rooted me in place. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the exhaustion that made me reckless. I grabbed my flashlight from the dashboard and stepped out onto the cracked concrete. The air hit me cold, sharper than inside the cab, carrying a faint metallic scent that made my nostrils flare. The ground beneath my boots was rough and uneven, bits of gravel crunching quietly. I walked slowly toward the station, the beam from my flashlight slicing through the dusk. No sound from inside. No movement. Just the steady hum of the flickering light and the distant rustle of trees. I pressed my hand against the glass. It was cold, oddly clammy, like the inside of a cave. I wiped a spot clear and peered in. Empty. The room beyond was sparse, tables, chairs stacked against the wall, a dusty computer terminal with a dark screen. No people. No shapes. No silhouettes. I stepped back, heart pounding in my ears. The station looked exactly how it should, closed for the night, silent and lifeless. But the shapes. I'd seen them. I was sure of it. I turned toward my truck, the weight of unease settling on my shoulders. As I climbed back in, the engine idling, I caught a flicker in the rearview mirror. A figure standing just beyond the edge of the parking lot, half hidden in shadow. The kind of figure that doesn't wave or call out, just watches. I blinked, and it was gone. Back inside, I flipped open the logbook again. This time, the most recent entry caught my eye. The hours I had just driven already recorded. But the start time was 10 minutes before I'd even pulled into the station. 10 minutes I didn't remember driving. I closed the book and stared at the dash. The radio crackled, a voice breaking through the static. "Driver, are you there?" The voice was faint, maybe a prank or a wrong channel. I killed the engine and sat in silence. The night pressed in close, too quiet, too still. I should have left. But I didn't. Something was watching, waiting. And whatever it wasn't going anywhere. The engine sat cold, the cab growing quiet except for the faint hum of the dashboard clock. I stared out through the windshield at the way station, the locked building with its grimy windows and flickering fluorescent light that buzzed like a stuck mosquito. The silhouettes, or whatever they had been, still pressed behind the glass, though now they seemed more like shadows cast by my own tired mind. Or maybe I hadn't blinked long enough. I rubbed my eyes, tasting the stale air inside the truck. A faint scent of burnt coffee lingered, mixed with the faint metallic tang of the dashboard. I had driven miles on that same cup, and it was probably more sludge than coffee by now. My hands trembled slightly, either from the cold or something else I didn't want to name. "Driver, are you there?" The radio crackled again, low and distant, the voice almost swallowed by static. I hit the button. "Yeah," I said, voice rough as gravel. "Who's this?" No reply. Just a few moments of static, then silence. I shut it off. Something wasn't right. I knew it. That logbook entry, 10 minutes of driving I couldn't remember, had to mean something. Maybe I'd nodded off. But I was too teed up for that. Something was watching me, waiting, and I was running out of reasons to ignore it. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not surprising, but still frustrating. The way station sat in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place where the only neighbors were rattlesnakes and tumbleweeds. The night air pressed in, cold and sharp, smelling faintly of dust and diesel fumes. I shivered and looked back toward the station. The silhouettes had vanished. I could tell myself it was just my imagination. I even tried. But the evidence was piling up too fast to write off. The next morning, I woke up stiff and sore in the truck's sleeper cab. The sun was barely cresting the horizon, painting the sky with bruised shades of purple and orange. I yawned and rolled over, my fingers brushing the logbook on the dash. The ink numbers were still fresh, the recent entry mocking me with its certainty. Hours of driving I couldn't recall, routes I didn't remember taking. I flipped through the pages, my eyes scanning the neat handwriting for any clue. The entries didn't match what I knew. Time shifted, mileage jumped backward and forward like a broken record. I tried to shake the fog from my brain, but it stuck like tar. I needed help. I called my friend Andy, a mechanic who knew trucks better than anyone I'd ever met. If there was something wrong with the rig, he'd find it. He picked up after the second ring, his voice warm and tired. "Hey, man. What's up?" "Andy, I need you to check my truck. Something's off with the logbook." "I don't think it's me." There was a pause. "You sure you didn't just forget to log some hours?" "Happens all the time." "No," I said, tightening my grip on the phone. "I'm serious." The times don't match my memory. The truck's acting weird near the way station. I think someone's messing with me. Messing how? I hesitated. I can't explain it. When I pull into that station, always locked, no one inside, there are silhouettes. People watching me. Last night, I swear I saw someone standing just outside the lot. Then my logbook shows I was driving during hours I don't remember. Like someone else was behind the wheel. Andy laughed, but it sounded hollow. That's a hell of a story. I know, but I'm not making it up. Okay. I'll swing by. I'll bring my laptop, maybe check the truck's computer logs. We'll see if it's some glitch or something. I hung up, feeling a flicker of relief. At least I wasn't alone. Still, the knot in my stomach tightened. By mid-afternoon, Andy pulled up in his beat-up pickup, dust trailing behind him like a comet's tail. He climbed into the cab, eyes sharp behind his thick glasses, already scanning the truck's interior. "All right," he said, cracking his knuckles. "Show me this logbook." I handed it over, watching him pore over the entries. His brow furrowed. "Definitely some weird stuff here," he muttered. "Look at this times overlap. Some of these miles don't add up." "What do you think?" I asked, voice low. "Could be a software glitch in the electronic logging device," he said, tapping the screen. "But the manual entries are off too." We spent the next hour running diagnostics, Andy's fingers flying across the keys of his laptop, the truck's engine humming softly with the AC on. Outside, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. "Any sign of tampering?" I asked. He shook his head slowly. "Nothing obvious. No forced entry, no loose wires. But someone could be clever. Maybe a remote hack?" I swallowed. Hackers? On a way station in the middle of nowhere? "Don't underestimate people," Andy said. "These days, anything's possible." Just then, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Stop looking." I blinked, heart skipping. "Did you get that?" I showed Andy. He frowned. "Not good. Someone's watching more than just the station." I looked back toward the way station. The building sat silent, the glass reflecting the last rays of sunlight like a mirror. "I'm starting to think those silhouettes weren't shadows. Might be real people." Andy nodded. "And they're sending you a message." A chill ran down my spine. I glanced around, suddenly hyper-aware of every sound: the rustling leaves, a distant dog's bark, the faint hum of a car engine on the nearby highway. But no one was close enough to see us. I closed the logbook and locked it in the glove compartment. "I'm not leaving this truck tonight." Andy stood, stretching. "Good call. Let's keep an eye out. If someone's messing with you, they won't stop." I know how that sounds. The sky darkened, and the way station's flickering light buzzed to life again. I stared. The glass was no longer empty. A figure stood just beyond the edge of the parking lot, still, silent, watching. Not a shadow. Not a trick of the light. I blinked. Gone. But I knew better now. They were here. Watching. Waiting for the next move. And I had no idea what that was going to be. The night folded around us like a thick blanket, heavy and suffocating. I kept glancing toward the way station's windows. The glass, usually reflecting only the empty lot and the dull glow of the overhead bulb, now seemed like a veil behind which something else lurked. The silhouettes weren't just shapes. They had intention. eyes, maybe even names. Andy broke the silence. You ever get the feeling you're being watched, but not in the way someone's just curious? More like studied? Like a specimen or something? I nodded, rubbing the back of my neck. Yeah. Like you're a puzzle they're trying to figure out. And the worst part? You don't know if they want to finish you or keep you alive to see what happens next. He laughed, a short, dry burst that didn't reach his eyes. That's a nice way to put it. The air smelled like diesel and damp concrete, mixed with the faintest hint of burned rubber from my tires. The cold was creeping in now, biting through the thin jacket I'd thrown on earlier. My hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of what I suspected. Every time I pulled into that station, those figures appeared. And every morning, my logbook told a story I couldn't remember living. The thought prickled at the back of my skull. I flipped open the glove compartment, pulled out the logbook, and flipped through the last few entries. The numbers didn't lie. Hours unaccounted for. Distances driven without memory. Like someone else was behind the wheel while I was. Somewhere else. Andy leaned over my shoulder. You ever think maybe you're not the one driving it all? I laughed, but it felt hollow. That's insane. He shrugged. Maybe. But think about it. What if you're being used? Not just watched. The idea gnawed at me. Was I just a passenger in my own life now? The thought made my stomach twist. I slammed the book shut and shoved it back into the glove compartment. Let's try something, I said, my voice lower than I intended. Tomorrow, we don't just watch. We get inside. See what these people want. Andy hesitated, then nodded. I'm in. But we need to be smart. No hero stuff. The night stretched on. The silhouettes never left. Occasionally, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow stepping back, a pair of eyes reflecting the light. I wanted to call out, to demand answers, but my voice caught in my throat. Fear wasn't the right word. It was something colder. Icy. Calculated. We climbed back into the cab, the heater sputtering to life and filling the space with stale warmth. I stared out the windshield, eyes fixed on the way station. The figures had disappeared. For now, sleep was a stranger. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those shapes. Heard the faint murmur of voices just beyond the glass, too soft to make out but unmistakably human. Something wasn't right. And whatever it was bigger than me. Morning came too fast. The sun barely crested the horizon when I grabbed the logbook again. The new entries glared back at me, more unaccounted hours, more miles driven without memory. I slammed it shut, frustration tightening my chest. Andy was already up, making coffee. The kitchen smelled like burnt grounds and old grease. He looked at me, eyes sharp. You ready? I nodded. Ready as I'll ever be. We drove back to the way station, this time parking a little further away. The building sat quiet, the windows dull and lifeless in the daylight. No silhouettes. No watchers. I felt foolish. Maybe it was all in my head. Stress, exhaustion. The highway plays tricks on you after a while. But then I noticed it. A small, almost imperceptible disturbance in the gravel by the entrance, a footprint, fresh and deep. Not mine. Not Andy's. We exchanged looks. They were here recently, I said. Andy crouched, tracing the print with his finger. Definitely. Someone's been moving around. I swallowed hard. The idea of someone trespassing, watching, waiting, was no longer a theory. It was fact. And that meant we were dealing with people who knew exactly what they were doing. "Check this out," Andy said, pointing to a smudge on the glass. At first, I thought it was just dirt, but no. It was a message, letters scratched faintly into the grime. I had to lean in close to read it. Run. The word was simple but loaded, like a warning carved into the night itself. My stomach tightened. I wanted to laugh it off, tell Andy it was a prank, but his face told me he didn't believe it either. "We're in deeper than I thought," I muttered. Andy stood, brushing dust off his pants. No turning back now. He was right. We'd crossed a line. The way station wasn't just a stop on the road anymore. It was the center of something I didn't understand, something that had already taken control of my life. I glanced at my phone, no signal. Typical for this stretch of road. No way to call for help if things went south. I locked the doors and sat back, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles blanched. The silhouettes weren't just watchers. They were players in a game I hadn't even realized I was part of. A chill crawled up my spine. And then the truck's radio crackled to life, static flooding the cab before a voice broke through, low, distorted, almost a whisper. "Don't. Stop. Driving." I jerked the dial, but the message repeated, chillingly clear. Andy's eyes met mine. "You see, they want you moving. They don't want you to stay." I swallowed hard, heart pounding in my ears. The road stretched out ahead, empty and endless. Behind us, whatever had been watching was closing in. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The radio crackled again, that same fractured whisper slicing through the static, "Don't." Andy's jaw tightened beside me. "They don't want you to stay," he said, eyes flicking toward the way station's darkened windows where the silhouettes lingered, unmoving, like shadows that had somehow found their way into the real world. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled on the wheel, the leather slick with sweat. The night air was thick and heavy, pressing against the cab like a weight I couldn't shrug off. The road ahead stretched endless and empty, but behind us, the watchful eyes seemed to be closing in. I glanced again at the station. The glass reflected a pale, flickering light like an old fluorescent bulb on its last breath. The figures inside shifted, but never enough to be seen clearly. Just vague shapes, human enough to be unnerving but distant enough to feel unreal. Yet, the cold knot in my stomach told me they were as real as anything could be. "Andy," I said quietly, voice rough, "what if it's not just about watching? What if they're waiting for something?" He didn't answer at first. His gaze stayed locked on the station, then slowly shifted to me. "Maybe it's time to stop running." The words hit harder than I expected. Running, yes, that's what I've been doing. From what, though? From those missing hours logged in my book. From the creeping sense that I wasn't fully in control of my own truck. From the silhouettes that haunted every way station, every stop. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of exhaustion and fear. The radio crackled again, louder this time, the voice closer, more urgent, "Keep moving." I slammed my fist lightly on the steering wheel, heart hammering in my chest. "I can't keep driving blindly," I said. "Not without knowing what's going on." Andy nodded, but his jaw was tight. "Then maybe it's time to find out." The highway stretched before us, black and unyielding. The station's lights flickered once more, then died. The silhouettes vanished. Silence. Complete silence. I killed the engine, the sudden quiet pressing against my ears like a physical thing. The cab felt colder, the stale smell of sweat and diesel mixing with something sharper, something metallic. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, the rough fabric grounding me. I glanced back at the way station. The class was dark and empty. No sign of anyone inside. I reached for my logbook, flipping through the pages. The entries from the last few days were a jumble, hours driven I couldn't remember, miles I wasn't sure I'd covered. The numbers didn't add up, and the more I stared, the more the lines seemed to blur. Andy broke the silence. You ever think maybe someone's messing with your head? Making you question what's real? I laughed, but it was hollow. That sounds crazy. But it's true, he said. Someone wants to control you. Control the truck. Control where you're going. I shivered, rubbing my arms. Who? Why? He hesitated. Maybe they're using the way stations. It's the only place you always stop, right? Always locked up, always empty by law. But they're there, watching. The thoughts settled over me like a fog. Watching, waiting, controlling. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter in my mouth. I looked down at the dashboard, the small clock blinking 2:17 a.m. The road was a black ribbon stretching ahead, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Andy's hand touched my arm. We need to figure this out before it's too late. I nodded, though I wasn't sure what this even was anymore. Suddenly, the truck's headlights caught movement by the edge of the station, something darting behind a rusted fence. My breath caught. I blinked, but the shape was gone. Did you see that? I asked. Andy squinted. Yeah. My heart slammed against my ribs. The silhouettes weren't just inside anymore. The radio crackled again, but this time the voice was different, a man's voice, low and steady. You're closer than you think. The words sent a shiver down my spine. Closer? Closer to what? Andy swallowed, voice low. We need to get out of here. I didn't argue. I fired up the engine, the roar echoing into the night. As we pulled away, the station's windows flickered one last time, and then the lights went out completely. The road swallowed us whole, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was riding the tail of my truck, moving in the shadows just out of sight. I glanced at Andy. We're not just being watched. We're being hunted. He nodded, eyes dark. And they're not going to stop. The night pressed in, thick and unforgiving. I gripped the wheel tighter, every nerve screaming to keep moving, to keep running. But deep down, I knew this was no longer about running. It was about facing whatever was waiting in the darkness and hoping I could survive the descent. The road ahead twisted into a dense thicket of trees, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. My breath fogged the cracked windshield, heart pounding in sync with the relentless thrum of the engine. Andy's hand hovered near the door handle, ready, but I shook my head. Not yet. We need to draw them out, make them show their cards. The air grew colder, charged with a menace that wasn't just in the night but in the very silence between us. The night didn't let up. The road narrowed ahead, hemmed in by those skeletal trees, branches scraping the sky like brittle fingers, casting long, twitching shadows in the weak glow of my headlights. The air was colder now, biting through the cracked window. Andy's hand rested lightly on the door handle, but I shook my head again, slow and deliberate. Not yet. The silence between us was thick, almost suffocating. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but my mind was elsewhere, on those silhouettes inside the way station, on the strange hours logged in my book, on the feeling that something was tailing us, just out of sight. We're not just being watched, I whispered, voice rough and low. We're being hunted. Andy didn't argue. His gaze was dark, steady. They're not going to stop. He exhaled, slow and steady, but I saw the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers twitched. The truck's engine hummed a steady drone beneath us, a small anchor in the vast dark. Every mile felt like a measured beat in a terrible rhythm. I wanted to keep moving, keep running, but deep down I knew this wasn't about running anymore. It was about facing whatever was lurking in the shadows and hoping I could make it through. The way station sat ahead, the old buildings dark under the moonlight, windows boarded were darkened by grime. But tonight, unlike all the other nights, that eerie feeling was sharper, more acute. The silhouettes were there, just as before, but this time I could see more than vague forms. Faces? Or just tricks of the dim light? I wasn't sure anymore. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was like a physical thing, pressing in from all sides. Andy's hand twitched again. "What now?" he asked, barely more than a breath. I swallowed hard. We wait. We sat in the cab, the cold creeping in through the doors, the smell of oil and stale coffee thick around us. Every few seconds, I caught movement in the shadows of the station, figures shifting, watching. I could almost feel their eyes burning through the glass, cold and calculating. Minutes stretched. Then a voice, low, deliberate, not quite human but not entirely a whisper. "You don't belong here." I flinched, turning toward the door as if I could see the speaker through the glass. "Who's there?" My voice trembled despite myself. No answer. Just the silence and the soft scrape of boots on concrete. Andy's hand went to the radio, but I stopped him. "They want us out. They want us scared." I forced a laugh that tasted bitter. "Well, they've got one of us." The night dragged on. I thought about the logbook, those phantom hours I couldn't place, those miles I didn't remember driving. What if this had been going on longer than I realized? What if the shadows had been following me all along, slipping into my mind, into my memories? I thought about calling the police, but who would believe me? A trucker haunted by silhouettes in an empty way station, hours missing from his logbook. It sounded insane. And maybe it was. Then Andy said quietly, "Maybe it's not about what's out there. Maybe it's about what we're willing to see." I stared at him, the weight of those words settling in. Were we the prey? Or were we the ones who'd been looking the wrong way all along? The cold seeped deeper, and I realized I'd stopped shaking. The fear was still there, but it felt different now, less like a wild animal in my chest, more like a dull ache. A bruise I'd carry with me. Finally, I turned the key and the engine roared back to life. We pulled away from the way station, leaving those watching eyes behind. The next morning, sunlight spilled weakly through the truck's windshield. I reached for the logbook, fingers trembling slightly. The hours were there marked, precise, but the gaps were gone. The phantom miles erased, or maybe finally understood. Andy was asleep in the passenger seat, breathing steady. I watched him for a long moment, the tension in his face softening. "We made it," I said, almost to myself. But the feeling lingered, the quiet knowledge that the night was never really empty, that the shadows never really left. That some part of me had changed, and nothing would ever be quite the same. I closed the logbook, the pages whispering shut. The road stretched out ahead, uncertain but open. And for the first time in a long time, I felt ready to face it. The radio crackled softly, a distant voice cutting through the hum of the engine. I turned the dial, catching fragments of a weather update, nothing threatening, just the usual unpredictability that came with nights like this. Outside, the trees swayed gently, their shapes blurring in the half-light as the world shifted between wakefulness and sleep. I glanced over, catching the faintest hint of a smile on his lips. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it spoke volumes. Relief, maybe. Or the fragile hope that this was the beginning of something better. The kind of hope that doesn't shout but whispers, persistent and quiet. The road ahead seemed endless, a ribbon of possibility unwinding beneath the stars. I felt the weight of what had passed, the echoes of old fears and deeper wounds, but also the stirrings of resilience. Somewhere between the miles and the memories, I found a strange sort of peace. The night held its secrets still, but I no longer felt the need to chase them down or run from them. Instead, I breathed in the cool air, steady and sure, ready to meet whatever came next. Story 3, Flicker Protocol, Reality Unraveling at Work. The hum of fluorescent lights was the first thing I noticed when I opened my eyes that morning, buzzing somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. I rubbed my temples and sat up on the edge of my bed, staring out the window at the dull gray sky over the city. Rain was supposed to come later, though the air, cold and heavy with silence, already tasted faintly of wet concrete and something metallic. Maybe the city had been rinsed overnight. Maybe it was just the leftover dust on my tongue. I never could figure out which. I had the usual breakfast, a cup of black coffee that burned my tongue mildly and a stale bagel from the corner shop that was a little too chewy. The barista, a kid named Amir, always called me by the wrong name. Today it was Dave. I didn't correct him. Small mistakes like that felt comforting, predictable. By 8:45, I was trudging through the revolving doors of the corporate office on 17th Street. The lobby smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and old carpet. The usual crowd was there, people tapping on phones, clutching lattes, looking half asleep or overly alert, depending on how many hours they'd managed to steal from sleep. I liked to watch them, even if I never spoke to most of them. My desk was on the 5th floor, where the gray cubicles stretched out in a grid that never seemed to change. The walls were beige, scratched in places, with motivational posters peeling like old wallpaper. I sat down, booted up my computer, and the screen flickered to life with the same chirpy startup sound it always made. Somewhere off in the distance, the faint clatter of keyboards and the rustle of papers made a low symphony. That morning, everything moved at its usual, plodding pace. Emails piled up, meetings dragged on, the coffee machine in the break room sputtered with the familiar wheeze it had developed after years of use. The air smelled stale, a mix of recycled ventilation and someone's leftover tuna sandwich left too long in the fridge. I could taste the faint bitterness of anxiety, though I told myself it was normal, just the usual Monday grind. At about 11:12 a.m., the lights flickered once, twice, then surged with a sudden brightness that made my skin prickle. The monitors blinked off and on in unison. A low, grinding sound echoed through the building's vents, like a distant machine straining under too much load. The office went quiet for a moment, save for the sharp tap of a chair scraping against the floor somewhere down the hall. Did anyone else feel that? I asked Karen, my neighbor in the next cubicle. She didn't look up, just typed faster. I thought it was just the city grid, she said, voice clipped. Power surges happen. Nothing to worry about. But I wasn't convinced. The air felt thicker, somehow warmer, as if the building itself had inhaled and held its breath. I glanced around. The fluorescent lights buzzed unevenly, flickering awkwardly, casting odd shadows that shifted when I blinked. At lunch, I went to the break room, hoping a quick walk and some fresh air would clear my head. The hallway felt longer than usual. Maybe that was just the way my shoes echoed on the tile, or the fact that the walls seemed to lean in closer. I paused by the water cooler, watching my reflection ripple in the glass. My face looked tired, stranger than usual, like it belonged to someone else. I met Sarah in the kitchen. She was shuffling through papers, her brow furrowed. "Did you notice something weird this morning?" she asked, voice low. "Like what?" I said, sipping lukewarm water. "That power surge. The lights. I swear I've walked down the hallway and the layout felt off, like I was in the wrong place." I laughed, but it felt hollow. "Maybe you just took a wrong turn." She shook her head. "No, I know this place like the back of my hand. I nodded slowly, pretending to believe her, but a cold knot was tightening in my stomach. The afternoon dragged. I tried to focus on spreadsheets, graphs, anything to distract me. But the room seemed to shift when I looked away. Desks appeared slightly out of place, chairs angled differently. I caught myself tracing my path through the office with a quick glance, trying to map out what was wrong. The clock on the wall ticked unevenly, longer pauses between seconds, then a sudden rush that made my head swim. By 3:47 p.m., the building's ventilation began a low, rhythmic thumping. It wasn't mechanical, not exactly. More like a heartbeat. My hands trembled as I closed my laptop, the taste of stale coffee lingering in my mouth. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just fatigue or a trick of the light. Yet, when I stood and looked toward the exit, the hallway stretched farther than it should have. I swear the exit sign flickered, then stabilized with a sharp buzz. I blinked. The door was there, but the path seemed longer, twisting in a way it never had before. I approached cautiously, the smell of cleaning solvent sharp in my nose. My footsteps echoed strangely, too loud, too slow. I reached for the door handle, and it was cold. Not the usual smooth metal, but rough, almost textured, like sandpaper. I pulled back suddenly. Someone was watching. I could feel it, a presence that wasn't there before, a weight pressing against the back of my neck. I turned, scanning the hallway. No one. Hello? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the silence. No answer. The building hummed again, a low vibration beneath my feet, as if it had settled in for the night while the world outside carried on. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of uncertainty rising from my throat. I wanted to leave, but the exit was just a little too far, and the hallway a little too strange. I told myself I was imagining it. That tomorrow would be normal. But I wasn't so sure anymore. The morning came in slow, uneven waves. The surge was supposed to be a one-off, a brief hiccup in the building's electrical system, nothing more. But I knew better. The building was shifting beneath our feet. Not literally, of course. Not in any way anyone else would admit to noticing. But the hallways had warped. The door handle had felt wrong, rough, abrasive, like sandpaper. And that silence afterward, it wasn't just quiet. It was oppressive. As if the building itself was holding its breath. I dressed quickly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin, too tight in the shoulders. The walk to the office was colder than usual, the air biting at my cheeks with an unexpected sharpness for early spring. The city was waking up around me, cars humming, people chatting on phone calls, the smell of fresh coffee and damp concrete hanging in the air. All normal. Too normal. Inside the building, the fluorescent lights flickered sporadically, casting long, jittery shadows across the lobby's polished tiles. The scent of cleaning solvent still lingered, sharp and clinical, as if the night shift had scrubbed away every trace of the previous day. I noticed the reception desk was unmanned, which was odd. Usually, there was always someone there by 8. Morning, I called out, my voice echoing weakly. No reply. I stepped toward the elevators, but paused. The hallway behind me felt off. It wasn't the same layout I'd walked the day before, or was it? I shook my head. Probably just nerves. The surge had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. Still, I decided to check the security office first. If anything was wrong, there'd be logs, reports, some record of the weirdness I'd felt. The security office was down the hall, past the conference rooms that smelled faintly of burnt coffee and stale air. The door was ajar, a little too inviting. Inside, the monitors flickered with grainy footage, most of it from yesterday. I leaned in, scanning the feeds for anything unusual. But the cameras all showed standard office activity, workers milling about, chatting, sitting at desks. Then I saw something strange, a hallway on one screen that shouldn't exist. It was narrow, dimly lit, and empty. No one had walked down it all day. The timestamp flicked erratically, jumping forward and backward by several minutes. That wasn't possible. The door on the screen looked familiar, but not like any door I'd passed before. I frowned and tapped the screen, my finger leaving a cool smudge on the glass. Was the building rearranging itself? I blinked and the image snapped back to a normal conference room. "Hey," a voice said behind me, sharp and cautious. I turned. It was Lisa from accounting. Her face was pale, eyes darting around the room like she expected something to jump out at her. "You saw it too, right? The hallways last night?" I nodded. "Yeah. And that door, it felt wrong. Like it wasn't supposed to be there." She swallowed hard. I thought I was losing it. But when I got to my desk this morning, my computer was in a different spot. Not by much, maybe a foot or two, but it was. The air between us thickened. We both knew the building wasn't supposed to do that. Walls and furniture didn't just shift overnight in a corporate office. "Did you tell anyone?" I asked. "Who?" No one would believe me. They think I'm just tired or stressed. I glanced at the monitors again. The flickering hallway was back on screen, barely visible, like a ghost. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this," I said, though my voice was steadier than I felt. "Maybe check the maintenance logs or the building's blueprints." Lisa nodded, relief flickering across her face. "I'll help. If this is happening to us, maybe it's happening to others too." Together we left the security office and moved toward the maintenance wing, a part of the building I rarely visited. The corridors here were colder, the walls lined with pipes and panels covered in peeling paint. The smell was different, damp and metallic, with a faint trace of something burnt. The fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead, some flickering erratically. I ran my hand along the rough plaster wall, feeling the texture shift unexpectedly beneath my fingertips. A shiver ran down my spine. We found the maintenance supervisor, a grizzled man named Jenkins, hunched over a tablet, his brow furrowed deeply. He looked up as we approached. "Can I help you?" Jenkins asked, voice gravelly. "We're looking into the power surge from last night," I said. "And some anomalies in the building's layout. Hallways that don't match the plans, doors that weren't there before." He blinked slowly, then let out a long sigh. "You're not the first to ask. The system's been glitching, but no one knows why. The building's old, wiring's patchy. Maybe some internal fault." Lisa frowned. "But it's more than wiring. It's like the whole building is shifting." Jenkins shook his head, eyes narrowing. "Buildings don't shift, not like that. Walls don't move. You're chasing ghosts." His dismissal stung, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Jenkins was hiding something. Maybe scared. Maybe involved. "Have you checked the blueprints? The original plans?" I pressed. He hesitated. "They're in the archive room, but I don't go near that place. Too many layers, too old. You might get lost in there." I glanced at Lisa. "We'll take a look." The archive room was on the basement level, a maze of filing cabinets and dusty boxes. The air was thick with the smell of mold and old paper. As we sifted through the blueprints, I noticed something strange, several versions of the floor plans, each slightly different. Hallways shifted, rooms appeared and disappeared. It was as if the building had been remodeled multiple times without record. "This isn't right," I muttered, tracing a finger along one faded line that didn't match the current layout. Someone's been changing things behind the scenes. Lisa's voice was a whisper. Why? For what? Before I could answer, a low rumble vibrated through the floor, soft but unmistakable. The lights flickered violently, and the stale air seemed to thicken. I turned sharply, heart pounding. From the corner of the room, a shadow moved, quick, deliberate. Not quite human, but not something I could place. I blinked, and it was gone. Did you see that? Lisa's voice trembled. I nodded, swallowing the sudden dryness in my mouth. The building wasn't just shifting. It was watching. Maybe it's not the building, I said, voice tight. Maybe it's someone inside it. We left the archive room quickly, the weight of whatever we'd uncovered pressing down on us. The corridors felt tighter, the air colder. I didn't want to. Not yet. But I knew I would. Because whatever was happening here wasn't random. It was controlled. And it was only just beginning. The corridor's cold draft crept under my collar as Lisa and I moved away from the archive room. The faint hum of the building, like a living thing breathing beneath the surface, settled into my bones. The stale air had thickened into something almost tangible, as if the walls themselves exhaled suspicion. I glanced at Lisa. Her face was pale, eyes darting toward every shadow, every flicker of light. I swear, she whispered, voice cracking, this place is messing with us. I didn't argue, because I knew she was right. The building wasn't just a passive backdrop anymore. It was active, watching, shifting, corralling us like cattle. But it wasn't supernatural. That much I was sure of. No ghosts, no curses. Just people. People with intent. And the thought made my skin crawl. We reached the elevator bank, but the doors refused to open. The indicator above them blinked erratically, the red light pulsing like a heartbeat. I pressed the button again, harder this time, but nothing. Figures, I muttered, the taste of copper filling my mouth. The surge must have fried something critical. No way out that way. Lisa slid her back against the wall, her breath coming in short bursts. We need to find another way down. The stairs? I nodded, scanning the hallway. It stretched out longer than I remembered, walls narrowing and curving slightly. It was subtle, but the shift was there. The building was warping, inch by inch. The last time I'd been on this floor, the stairwell was near the south end, just past the break room. Now, it felt like we'd walked past it twice already. Did the layout change again? Lisa asked, voice low. I didn't answer. Because yes, it had. And it was deliberate. We pressed on, footsteps echoing hollow and uneven, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like angry insects. I tried to focus on the sound of our breathing, the scrape of shoes on linoleum, the distant thrum of the HVAC system. Anything to ground me. Then, from somewhere behind a door ajar on the left, a faint murmur drifted out. Voices. Whispered conversations. Not quite loud enough to make out words, but definitely human. I stopped. Lisa froze beside me. Did you hear that? I whispered. She nodded, eyes wide. People? Here? Now. Maybe, I said, heart quickening. But who? We edged closer, leaning toward the cracked door. The smell spilled out stale coffee, something faintly metallic, and the unmistakable hint of cigarette smoke. That stench wasn't new to the building, but it always made me uneasy, a reminder of the old guard, the kind of people who kept secrets in smoke-filled rooms. I peeked inside, careful to keep my shadow from spilling over the threshold. A small conference room, dimly lit by an overhead lamp with a cracked shade. Four figures sat around a battered table, faces half hidden in shadows. They spoke in low tones, eyes flicking toward the door with every word. Papers, maps, and what looked like blueprints were spread out before them. One of them, a man with a graying beard, pushed a stack of documents toward the center. We can't have the building's history leaking. Not now. Not when it's almost ready. Ready for what? Another voice asked, sharper this time. The bearded man's eyes locked with mine, or maybe just the door I stood behind, as if he'd known I was there all along. My breath hitched. I ducked back into the hallway. Run? Lisa asked, voice barely audible. No, I said. Not yet. We needed answers. But more than that, I needed to understand what ready meant. And who these people were. The hallway felt longer now, more menacing. Every step echoed like a warning. I glanced down at my phone. No signal. No messages. The battery had drained faster than usual, as if the building sucked the life out of everything electronic. We're trapped, I said, voice flat but shaking inside. Lisa swallowed hard. There has to be a way out. I wanted to believe her. But the truth was settling in, cold and heavy. This wasn't about escape. It was about control. We skirted the conference room door, moving toward what I hoped was the stairwell. But when we reached the end of the hall, the wall was solid. No door. No sign of the exit. What the hell? Lisa said, pressing her palm against the smooth surface. I ran my fingers along the paint, rough and cold, then knocked. The sound was hollow, like a sealed-off chamber. I backed away slowly, heart pounding a frantic rhythm. The building had swallowed the stairs. We're in a maze, I said. A maze with no exit. The weight of that reality crushed me. No elevator. No stairs. No phone. No help. Just four people in a shadowed room plotting something I couldn't yet grasp, and a building that rearranged itself to keep us inside. Lisa's voice trembled. Why us? Why now? I had no answer. But I knew this wasn't random. The power surge wasn't a glitch. It was a trigger. The building had been waiting for something or someone. We turned back the way we came, the hallways twisting again, the familiar becoming alien. The flickering lights cast long, jittery shadows that danced just beyond my vision. Every corner held a possibility of another trap, another dead end. Then, a soft click echoed from behind us. I spun around, heart slamming against my ribs. The door to the conference room was closed. Locked. Lisa's breath caught. They're locking us in. No, I said, swallowing hard. They're locking themselves in. Because if those people were trapped too, then maybe they were as much prisoners as we were. Or maybe something else was at play. I pressed my ear to the door, catching snatches of words. Containment, protocol, no one leaves until the project is secure. The project. That word hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever this was, it wasn't about us. It was about something bigger, something planned and precise. I stepped back, the weight of the building pressing down harder than ever. The walls weren't just shifting. They were closing in. Lisa, I said, voice low but fierce, we have to find those blueprints. Whatever they're planning, we need to see it. She nodded, eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and resolve. We turned away from the locked door, but the corridor had changed again, the walls closer, the ceiling lower, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows dimmer. A sudden chill ran down my spine. The feeling of being watched wasn't just paranoia anymore. It was certainty. And deep down, I knew this was the point of no return. There was no going back. No escape. Only forward. A chill crept along the back of my neck as the room stubbornly refused to brighten with dawn. Into the heart of whatever this building had become. And whoever was running it. The question wasn't if we'd find the truth. It was whether we'd survive what came next. The air was thick, almost suffocating, like the building itself had exhaled a slow, deliberate breath and was now holding it in, waiting. Lisa and I stood in that narrow corridor where the walls had squeezed closer, the light overhead flickering so badly it seemed to pulse in time with my own uneven heartbeat. The words from behind the locked door, containment, protocol, no one leaves, were still echoing in my mind, a grim refrain that refused to be ignored. Whatever project they talked about, it wasn't a typical office matter. It was something darker, something designed to trap us in more ways than one. I glanced at Lisa. Her jaw was tight, eyes darting along the warped walls like she expected something to spring out at any second. "We need those blueprints," I repeated, voice rough. "If we can see how this place is laid out, really laid out, we might find a way out, or at least understand what we're dealing with." She nodded, but the tremor in her hands betrayed the calm she tried to project. I could smell the faint metallic tang of sweat mixed with the ever-present hum of stale air. The kind you get when a building is sealed too tightly for too long. I swallowed hard. We couldn't stay here. Not with the walls closing in and the clock slipping backwards like a broken record. "We should try the service elevators," Lisa whispered, pulling her jacket tighter around her thin frame. "They usually have emergency access, less monitored. Maybe we can get down to the lower levels, archives, maintenance, something." I hesitated. The last time we took the elevator, it had felt like stepping into a trap. But what choice did we have? The stairwells were a maze, none of them matching the layout from the evacuation maps we'd seen during training. And the lights? Just as unreliable as ever. We crept down the hall, the carpet muffling our footsteps, each one sounding louder than the last in that oppressive silence. I pressed my back against the wall, listening for any sign of movement, voices, footsteps, doors opening. Nothing. The building seemed to be holding its breath with us. The elevator doors slid open with a mechanical groan that made me flinch. Inside, the panel was a mess of blinking lights, many of the buttons unlit or stuck. Lisa jabbed at the button marked B2 Basement 2, a place no one ever mentioned in company meetings. The elevator lurched and shuddered, the cables creaking like ancient bones. The smell inside was worse, damp concrete, rust, something sour and chemical that made my stomach twist. When the doors opened, the hallway beyond was darker, the overhead lights replaced by weak emergency bulbs that buzzed and flickered erratically. The walls were stained, the paint peeling in long strips like dead skin. My breath caught. This part of the building wasn't just neglected. It was abandoned, or worse, intentionally hidden. We moved forward cautiously, the floor beneath us sticky with something I didn't want to touch. A faint, low hum vibrated through the floor, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. It wasn't the usual hum of machinery or ventilation. It was deliberate. Calculated. Suddenly, a door to our left creaked open. Lisa froze, her eyes wide. I raised a hand, signaling silence. We waited, listening. Nothing. The door swung slowly on its hinges, revealing a dark room lined with filing cabinets and scattered papers. The air was colder here, biting at the edges of my skin. I looked down and saw something odd, a set of muddy footprints leading inside, then stopping abruptly. No sign of whoever made them. I swallowed hard. "Lisa," I whispered, "someone's been here recently. Someone who doesn't want us snooping." She nodded, her face pale. "We need to keep moving. Find those blueprints." We pushed deeper into the basement, the corridor twisting and turning in ways that made no architectural sense. Every corner looked the same, every door a mirror of the last. Time began to blur again. My watch had stopped working hours ago, and my phone was dead despite being fully charged earlier. The building was swallowing power like a parasite. Then, a voice. Not one of ours. Male, low, and calm, but unmistakably close. You shouldn't be here. We spun around. No one there. Just the empty hallway. My hands trembled. Who's there? I called out, voice steadier than I felt. Silence. Complete silence. Then footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoing just beyond the bend. I grabbed Lisa's arm, heart hammering. We weren't alone. Not by a long shot. We need to split up, Lisa said quickly, her voice barely above a whisper. If there's someone else, maybe I can draw them out while you find the blueprints. I stared at her. Are you crazy? What if they're armed? What if? She cut me off with a sharp look. I'm not waiting here to be trapped. You want to get out? You need those plans. I can handle this. There was something in her eyes, determination, or maybe desperation, that made me nod. I hated it, but it was the only option. I slipped down a side corridor, heart racing, every nerve screaming at me to stop. The walls seemed to close tighter, the air thicker. My breath came fast, shallow, and the faint smell of burnt plastic prickled my nostrils. Ahead, a faint glow spilled out from under a door. I reached it and pushed open cautiously. Inside, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was a cramped storage closet filled with dusty boxes and old office supplies. But in the far corner, taped to the wall, were blueprints, faded, yellowed, but unmistakable. My fingers shook as I pulled them down, the paper brittle beneath my touch. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered violently and went out, plunging me into darkness. The hum I'd felt earlier grew louder, vibrating in my chest. I blinked, trying to adjust, when a whisper brushed past my ear. You don't belong here. I whirled around, heart in my throat. Nothing. The door slammed shut behind me. I grabbed the handle, yanked it. Locked. Panic clawed at my throat. Lisa. I shouted, pounding on the door. Lisa, help. No answer. Just a growing hum, now a low, insistent pulse like a heartbeat. I sank to the floor, clutching the blueprints to my chest, trying to steady my breathing. The building wasn't just a prison. It was a predator. And I was caught in its jaws. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps approaching, slow, measured, deliberate. Not Lisa's. The air tasted different that morning. Not stale or musty, like the usual recycled office atmosphere, but sharp, almost metallic, like the scent after a thunderstorm. I noticed it the moment I stepped into the lobby, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. The usual hum felt off. I blinked hard, trying to shake the feeling, but it clung to me like a loose thread on an old sweater. That thread you can't quite pull free. I'd spent the night pacing my small apartment, replaying every odd moment since the power surge. The shifting walls. The time loops. The whispered footsteps I never caught in the hallways. No one else seemed to notice, or maybe they just pretended not to. I wasn't sure I could blame them. I'd started questioning my own mind, wondering if isolation was twisting my perception. But today, I wasn't alone. As I walked through the main corridor, the hum grew louder, like the building itself was inhaling slowly, deliberately. The layout still warped subtly around me. Doors that led to nowhere, hallways that curved impossibly back on themselves. I tried mapping it out in my head, but the building changed faster than I could track. It was a maze, yes, but one designed by someone or something that knew exactly how to confuse. Then I saw him. Martin. He stood near the elevators, leaning against the wall with that usual smirk, the one that said he knew a secret but wasn't quite ready to share it. His eyes flicked up when I approached, sharp and calculating. "Morning," he said, voice low, just loud enough so I couldn't ignore him. I nodded, my throat dry. "You're still chasing ghosts, huh?" His words stung, but I said nothing. I wasn't sure if he was mocking me or warning me. "I know what you're thinking," he continued. "This place isn't what it seems. But you're looking at it the wrong way." He glanced around, like the walls might be listening. "It's not the building messing with you. It's the people inside." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Martin pushed off the wall and started walking. "Think about it. The power surge, it was a cover. A distraction. To hide what's really going on. People here have reasons to keep us trapped, to keep us malleable." I swallowed, feeling the room tilt just a fraction. "Who?" He shrugged. "I don't know exactly. Higher-ups, maybe. Security. Whoever benefits from us not leaving. From us losing track of time, of reality. It's control." His words echoed in my mind long after he disappeared down another corridor that twisted unpredictably, swallowing him up like smoke. I paced the floor, the cold linoleum beneath my feet rough and unyielding. The office was a labyrinth, yes, but maybe not just by chance. Maybe we were prisoners of a system that thrived on confusion and fear. I had to find out who was behind it and how to stop them. The day dragged on, each hour folding into the next without clear distinction. Lunch was a blur, cold sandwiches that tasted like cardboard, microwave soup that was too salty. I caught myself staring at the clock more times than I could count, trying to anchor myself to something real. But the hands spun in erratic loops, mocking me. At some point, I found myself near the security office. The door was cracked open, light spilling out into the hallway like a beacon. I hesitated, then pushed it wider. Inside, monitors flickered, each screen showing different parts of the building. Most displayed empty, sterile corridors, but one showed a figure moving slowly, deliberately. A man, dressed in a plain shirt and slacks, but with an air of authority. He wasn't supposed to be here this late. I stepped inside, voice low. "Who are you?" He turned sharply, eyes narrowing. "You shouldn't be here." I could say the same, I replied, heart pounding. "What's going on? Why is the building changing?" He sighed, running a hand over his face. "It's not the building. It's the people who run it. They use the layout, the schedules, the power systems to disorient us. To keep us from organizing, from leaving." I frowned. "But why? What do they gain?" "Control," he said simply. "Information. Compliance. When you're disoriented, you're easier to manipulate. Easier to push in the direction they want." I nodded slowly, trying to process it all. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't some ghost story. It was bureaucracy weaponized, a psychological prison with no bars. "Can you help me?" I asked. He looked at me for a long moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small key card. "Follow me." We moved quickly through shadowed corridors I'd never seen before, past locked doors and emergency exits. The air grew colder, the silence thicker. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and uneven. Finally, we reached a stairwell leading down into the basement. The smell changed immediately: damp concrete, mildew, something metallic beneath it all. He swiped the card, and the heavy door creaked open. Inside was a room filled with servers, wires, and blinking lights. The heart of the building's control system. "This is where it starts," he said. "If we can shut this down, reset the systems, maybe we can break the cycle." I stared at the tangled mass, feeling a strange mix of hope and dread. Could it be that simple? Or was this just another layer of the trap? He smiled briefly, a flicker of relief. "Ready?" I nodded. We worked side by side, fingers trembling as we unplugged and reset circuits. The hum shifted, then grew louder, like the building was protesting. Lights flickered violently, then stabilized. The maze outside seemed to settle, hallways aligning with logic again. I stepped outside the basement, breathing in the cooler air with a sense of cautious optimism. The layout felt familiar, the time more steady, the oppressive weight lifting. Martin appeared at the end of the hall, watching silently. When our eyes met, he gave a small nod. For the first time in days, I felt a genuine smile tug at my lips. Later, as we filed out of the building together, the sun casting long shadows across the parking lot, I realized something fundamental had changed, not just the building, but me. I wasn't just a victim of the system anymore. I was a survivor. Someone who had peeled back the layers of fear and confusion to find the truth beneath. The sky was clear. The air smelled fresh. The building behind us loomed, just a building now, no longer a prison. I glanced back once more, the morning light catching on the glass. No twists, no tricks. Just walls and windows. I stepped forward, out into the open. And I breathed. Story 4, beneath the forest floor, the waiting bunker. The day started like any other, with the same dull gray light seeping through my apartment blinds and the faint scent of burnt coffee lingering in the kitchen. "Hello?" Silence. Not even breathing. Just that weird, static silence that makes you want to hang up, but you don't because, well, sometimes you hope it's a mistake or maybe someone messing with you. I was about to say something when a faint click cut through the quiet. The line went dead. I set the phone down, feeling a cold twitch of unease I couldn't quite shake. The apartment was too quiet after that, my own footsteps suddenly sounding too loud on the hardwood floor. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the world looked normal, cars idling at a stoplight, neighbors walking dogs, a kid on a skateboard wobbling past. Nothing strange. But the silence in my apartment made the normal feel off. Later that morning, I grabbed my backpack and headed out for a hike. The city noise made my head ache, and I needed to get away. The trail I picked was one I'd been to a few times, a stretch of woods on the edge of town where the trees crowded close and the air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. I liked the way the forest muffled sound, how the sunlight filtered through leaves and patches, moving slowly as the day wore on. There was a calmness there, something solid and unchanging. Or at least, that's what I told myself. About an hour in, I noticed a narrow path veering off the main trail. It wasn't marked, just a rough break in the underbrush, like someone had been there recently. I hesitated. Normally, I'd keep to the trail, but something about that little sidetrack pulled me in. The ground beneath was soft, covered in moss and fallen leaves that muffled my steps. The air smelled colder here, sharper, almost metallic. It made me wrinkle my nose, but I kept going. After 10 minutes, the trees opened up to a small clearing. At the center was a concrete hatch, flush with the ground, partially covered by a thin layer of dirt and pine needles. A feeling of rawness crept along my skin. It was out of place, a rough square of cold gray against the warmth of the forest floor. I crouched down, brushing away the dirt. The The surface was rough, the edges chipped and worn, but the metal underneath was intact. On the hatch, taped with old yellowing masking tape, was a note. The letters were scrawled hastily, the ink smudged in places. "Waiting for your arrival." I blinked. My heart jerked in a way that wasn't quite fear, more like a sudden drop in temperature. Someone had to have been here recently. Who? And why? I looked around the clearing, half expecting someone to step out from behind a tree, but there was no one. Just the soft rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, maybe some local kids messing around. But the note had a weight to it. It felt purposeful. I reached toward the hatch, fingers tracing the cold metal. It was sealed tight, no visible handle or latch. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No sound from below except a faint hum that might have been my own breathing. The sun shifted, casting long shadows across the clearing. The air grew cooler, and I realized my hands were damp with sweat. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, no signal. Of course. I stood, brushing leaves from my jeans, and took a few steps back. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I debated whether to call someone, but the idea of explaining this felt ridiculous. "Hey, I found a secret bunker in the woods with a creepy note." No one would believe me. I pulled out a flashlight from my pack and scanned the edges of the hatch again. Maybe there was a way in I was missing. The metal was cold and unforgiving, but around the edges, I spotted a small, rusted hinge. Maybe it could be pried open. I tossed a sturdy stick to the side and tried levering the edge. The hatch budged a fraction, then resisted. More pressure, and a faint creak echoed in the clearing. My breath hitched. Suddenly, a distant bark, sharp and urgent, cut through the stillness. I froze. It was too far for a dog in the city, too close for something wild. The bark came again, followed by a choked yelp that sounded human. I dropped the stick, heart thudding hard enough to echo in my ears. The note, the hatch, the silence, it all felt connected now. Not a prank, not a coincidence. I backed away slowly, eyes scanning the woods. Shadows lengthened. The air grew heavier, harder to breathe. A rustle behind me made me spin around. Nothing. Just the trees, motionless. The note's message echoed in my mind, waiting for your arrival. But who was waiting? And why? I felt the weight of the forest pressing in, the silence thick enough to choke on. My skin prickled. The light was fading fast. Maybe I should leave, pretend I never saw the hatch. But something rooted me to that spot, a flicker of curiosity mixed with dread. I glanced back at the hatch one last time. The metal gleamed faintly in the dimming light. The air smelled stale, like the breath of something long sealed away. I reached into my pack and pulled out my water bottle, took a slow sip. The cool liquid was a stark contrast to the dryness creeping into my throat. The woods behind me whispered and shifted, the trees bending slightly as if leaning in to listen. I was alone, or at least I thought I was. But maybe, just maybe, someone had been waiting all along. Waiting for me. The forest closed around me. The hatch waited. And the air grew still. The air inside the bunker was thick, heavier than it should have been. I ran my fingertips over the rough surface of the table, the paint peeling under my skin. There was a faint, chemical tang mixed with the dust, a smell that reminded me of old laboratories or abandoned medical facilities. Somewhere deep in the back of my mind, a warning bell rang. I tried to shake it off. There was no time for irrational fear. Now I was stuck inside this tin coffin with air growing thinner by the second. I crouched down near the ventilation grate on the far wall. The metal grill was cold but gritty, coated in a fine layer of rust and grime. I pressed my ear against it, listening for any sign of airflow. Nothing. Only silence. The hum of the fan should have been steady, but instead it was eerily quiet. I tapped the grill with my knuckles. A hollow clink answered back. No vibration. No movement. Just a dead end. My fingers trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone to check the battery, barely 15% left. I frowned. No signal, of course. No surprise there, given how deep I was beneath the forest floor. The screen's faint glow illuminated the bunker's peeling walls, the cracked plaster, and the thick spider webs in the corners. I swallowed hard. I was alone, really alone, and the bunker wasn't just sealed off from the world outside, it was suffocating me. I paced slowly, the sound of my footsteps echoing oddly in the confined space. Concrete walls pressed in from all sides, cold and unyielding. I tried every door and panel I could find. Most were locked tight, bolted shut or rusted beyond hope. One small hatch in the corner led to what looked like a storage closet, empty except for a few dusty boxes and a flashlight with dead batteries. The note nagged at me again. Who had left it? Who was waiting? The thought made my skin crawl. I had to know. I had to find out what this place was for and why it felt like it was designed to trap rather than protect. I found a small desk shoved into a corner, cluttered with yellow papers and a battered notebook. I flipped through it, the pages brittle and stained. There were scribbled notes, diagrams of ventilation shafts, and lists of supplies. Nothing that made immediate sense. But one entry caught my eye, a series of dates, each marked with a cryptic phrase, air quality dropping. There was a long pause. System malfunction, limited response. The last date was months ago. Months without maintenance, without care. I sat back on the metal chair, the cold seeping through my jeans. The silence was suffocating. I tried to focus on my breathing, slow and even, but the air was growing worse. My chest tightened. The stale taste in my mouth thickened, and I realized with a sudden jolt that I was breathing faster, shallow breaths, desperate for relief. I had to find the ventilation system. If the air was dwindling, I needed to fix the fans, or at least get them running again. The bunker was surprisingly large, corridors branching off from the main room like veins. I traced my fingers along the walls, cold and rough, following the faint hum of machinery until it faded. At the end of one narrow hallway, I found the entrance to the ventilation room. The door was heavy, sealed with a rusted latch that gave way with a grunt. Inside, the air was worse, thick, musty, almost putrid. The machinery stood silent, coated in dust and cobwebs. I crouched beside the main unit, tracing its pipes and wires. A panel hung open, wires dangling like broken veins. Something had clearly been tampered with. I tried to piece together what I could: loose connectors, a fuse missing from its slot. It was obvious someone had deliberately disabled the system. The realization hit me hard. This wasn't an accident. This was a calculated move to imprison whoever entered. And now, I was that prisoner. I slammed my fist against the wall, frustration boiling over. How long had I been down here? Minutes? Hours? Time lost all meaning in this stale, suffocating tomb. I could hear my own breathing now, ragged and desperate. My heartbeat hammered in my ears, loud and relentless. Then, a noise. Faint. A distant clatter echoing from somewhere beyond the bunker walls. I froze, every muscle taut. Could it be footsteps? Or just the forest settling? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I held my breath, straining to listen. Nothing else. I wanted to call out, to shout for help, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. Instead, I whispered, "Is someone there?" Only silence answered. I knew I had to move. Staying put meant running out of air. But leaving the bunker meant stepping back into the woods, into uncertainty and who knows what else. Still, the note's message haunted me. Someone or something was waiting. I returned to the main room, pulling the note closer to the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. The paper felt delicate, almost fragile. I unfolded it again, looking for clues I might have missed. On the back was a faint smudge, too faint to read, but it looked like a partial fingerprint, smeared in a way that suggested haste or struggle. I pressed my thumb against it, feeling the rough texture. This was real. Someone had been here, alive not long ago. Maybe even trapped. I sank to the floor, the cold concrete biting through my clothes. The air grew colder, thinner, and the flickering light overhead dimmed further. My hands shook as I tried to steady my breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the bunker itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to make a move. Outside, the forest whispered against the hatch. Somewhere out there was a threat, maybe not immediate, but relentless. A slow, creeping presence that was closing in with every passing minute. And the ventilation system wasn't the only thing failing. A sudden, sharp creak echoed through the bunker's metal ribs, followed by a faint, dragging sound. Like something heavy, moving just beyond my sight. I scrambled to my feet, heart racing, eyes darting toward the shadows. The stale air felt like a noose tightening around my lungs, and I realized with a sinking dread that the waiting wasn't over. It was just beginning. The creak echoed again, louder this time, and I froze. I gripped the cold concrete edge of the bench, knuckles white. The note waiting for your arrival spun through my mind in a cruel loop. What if I wasn't the only one? What if whoever left that message wasn't just expecting me, but watching for me, too? I tried the hatch again. Locked tight. No surprise there. The metal felt colder than before, slick with a thin layer of condensation. My fingers trembled as I pressed my ear against it. Outside, the forest was quiet. Too quiet. Usually, there'd be some rustle or distant bird call, but now it felt like the world had gone mute. No escape. Not yet. I forced myself to stand, legs shaky but determined. The ventilation panel hummed weakly, the faint buzz now punctuated by a low, irregular clatter. Something was wrong inside the system. I crouched and peered into the grate. The blades barely turned, coated in dust and grime, moving with an effort that didn't belong to a machine designed to run for decades. "Come on," I whispered, voice hollow. "Work." Minutes passed. The stale air pressed in harder, the taste of dust and rust filling my mouth. I wiped my sweaty brow with the back of my hand, feeling the grit on my skin. My throat tightened. I thought of the last time I'd felt fresh air, freedom, not this recycled, suffocating atmosphere. Then I noticed something else. The dragging sound wasn't random, wasn't just some old mechanism settling. It was regular. Slow. Methodical. Someone or something was moving through the bunker's corridors. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing heart. I wasn't alone. I scanned the room again. There were old storage lockers along one wall, their paint peeling, hinges rusted shut. A faint smell of mildew hung in the air, mixed with something metallic, blood. I shook my head. No, just old iron and decay. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the place had been used recently. I found a small desk pushed into a corner, covered in dust and papers yellowed with age. Among the scattered notes, I spotted a crudely drawn map of the bunker's interior. The corridors branched like veins, and at the center, marked in red, was a room labeled control. If I could reach that control room, maybe I could fix the ventilation. Or at least understand what was going on. My fingers traced the lines, hesitating. The path to the control room passed near the source of the dragging noise. I hesitated. Not because I was afraid, well, maybe a little, but because I realized something far worse. If I moved toward the control room, I was committing myself to the bunker's labyrinth. No turning back. No chance of retreat if things went sideways. But staying here wasn't an option either. The air was thinning. I packed a small bag from what I could find, a half-empty water bottle, a flashlight with dying batteries, a few energy bars. No communication devices, no way to call for help. Just me and this sinking feeling that the bunker was closing in like a trap. I glanced back at the note taped to the wall near the entrance. The handwriting was jagged, hurried. Waiting for your arrival. What if I wasn't the intended visitor? What if someone else had been here, left that message, and never made it out? The thought gnawed at me. Whoever had been here last, trapped, desperate, had left clues in this place. Maybe even warnings. But for what? The dragging sound grew louder, closer. I pressed my back against the wall and swallowed a dry sob. The light flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness before sputtering back to life. My skin prickled. I wasn't imagining the eyes watching from the shadows, waiting and measuring. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. I edged toward the door and peered into the corridor beyond. The narrow hallway stretched into gloom, the flickering ceiling lights casting long, jittery shadows. The dragging sound stopped abruptly, leaving silence so thick it pressed against my eardrums. Then, faintly, a whisper. Not words, just breath. I took a step back, heart hammering so loud I thought it might burst through my chest. The stale air felt like lead in my lungs, and I knew the ventilation wouldn't hold much longer. I had to move. I chose the right corridor, the one mapped out to the control room, and started walking, each step echoing unnaturally in the stillness. The cold plaster walls pressed in, the air growing heavier. My flashlight flickered, and I slapped it against my palm, willing it to stay on. Halfway there, I stopped. A faint tapping sound, a pattern, came from behind a rusted door on my left. I crouched, pressed my ear to the metal. The tapping stopped. Then, a soft shuffle. I jerked back, breath catching. Something was alive in this bunker. Something waiting. I debated running back toward the main room, but the thought of the hatch sealed so tightly kept me rooted. No! Forward. At last, I reached the control room. The door was ajar, creaking on its hinges. Inside, the room was a chaos of old consoles, broken screens, and scattered papers. Dust motes hummed thick in the air, illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. Then I saw it, a monitor still faintly lit, displaying a grainy black and white image of the bunker's entrance. And there, just beyond the hatch, was a figure. Standing motionless. Watching. My breath hitched. I backed away, heart slamming against my ribs. The stale air seemed to thicken even more, suffocating. The ventilation system groaned, then stilled. Darkness rushed at me, swallowing the weak light. The figure outside didn't move. And I realized, with a cold certainty, that the bunker wasn't just waiting for my arrival. It was waiting to trap me. There was no going back. I was already inside the trap. The darkness was absolute, swallowing the weak pulse of my flashlight the moment the ventilation system died. Outside the cracked door, the figure from the monitor hadn't moved. Not a twitch. Not a flicker. just a shadow standing against the feeble gray of the forest beyond the hatch. I couldn't tell if it was watching me or simply waiting, but the certainty that it was connected to this place, to the trap I'd stepped into, tightened around my chest like a noose. I backed away from the door, hands trembling against the rough console. The dust on the surfaces felt gritty under my fingers, making me cough. The stale, metallic scent of old machines filled the air, mixed with something sour, like sweat or rust. My skin prickled as the temperature dropped. The bunker was cooling, the mechanical heartbeat of the ventilation gone silent. I needed air. I needed light. I needed to move. But the hatch was sealed tight. I pressed my palm against the cold metal, feeling the vibration of the figure's stillness through it. My breath caught again. I wasn't alone. Not really. I scanned the control room. The consoles were mostly dead, faded screens cracked and flickering weakly, their buttons long since stuck or broken. A few scattered papers lay on the desk, yellowed and curling. One caught my eye, a hastily scrawled note pinned beneath a rusted clip. Do not trust the air. No signature. No explanation. I swallowed. The words burrowed into me like a warning whisper just for me. Did it mean the air here was contaminated? Poisoned? Or was it a trap, a cruel joke meant to toy with whoever found this place? I tried the emergency light switch on the wall. Nothing. The room remained shrouded in shadows, except for the stubborn glow of the monitor showing that unmoving figure. My breath grew shorter. I could feel the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay closing in. The stale air tasted of decay and old sweat, thick with dust. I rubbed my forehead, sweat slicking my palms despite the chill. Okay, I muttered, voice rough and uneven, think. There has to be a way out. But thinking felt like wading through molasses. Panic clawed at my ribs, sharp and relentless. I could almost hear my pulse in my ears, loud and erratic. The silence outside was a pressure, a weight that threatened to crush. I forced myself to focus on the scattered papers. Some were maps, others logs, fragments of a life that had lived here, or maybe still did. One journal entry caught my eye, dated a few months before the bunker's abandonment. The air system is failing. Filters clogged. Oxygen levels dropping. We have to conserve. No one knows what's outside anymore. The watchers wait. We don't know if we'll last a week. The watchers. I whispered the words, the cold dread settling deeper. The figure wasn't just a random trespasser. Someone or something was out there, waiting, watching. And I was inside their trap. I turned back to the monitor. The figure shifted, just slightly. A tilt of the head. A breath, maybe. I blinked, heart hammering. Why are you here? I said aloud, voice barely above a whisper. What do you want? No answer. Only the stale air pressing in, the bunker's walls closing tighter. My hands shook as I leaned against the console, fingers tracing the cracked surface, trying to ground myself. I could taste the metal on my tongue, the bitterness of fear. I closed my eyes for a moment, willing my racing heart to slow. I had to do something. Anything. I remembered the ventilation shaft I'd seen earlier, small, narrow, but maybe a way out or at least a way to get fresh air. It was risky. Too risky, probably. But staying here meant suffocation. I moved toward the door, listening hard. The figure outside remained still, but I thought I heard faint footsteps. From somewhere else. Behind me? No! That couldn't be. The control room was at the bunker's far end. Or was it? My breath caught again. The bunker was a maze. I'd only scratched the surface. I pulled the flashlight from my belt and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness in a narrow cone. It flickered weakly, but it was enough. I scanned the walls, following the rough concrete texture, the rusty pipes sneaking along the ceiling. A faint hum echoed somewhere deep in the bunker, distant but alive. The air grew colder, wetter. The smell shifted. Something else was here. Something that wasn't the figure on the monitor. I swallowed hard and moved forward, toward the faint outline of the ventilation shaft. The metal grate was cool and rough under my fingertips. I pulled at it, but it wouldn't budge. Rusted shut, corroded by time and neglect. Frustration slammed into me like a wave. I slammed my fist against the grate, the sound echoing hollow and sharp. My knuckles stung. The stale air caught in my throat, thick and unyielding. I stepped back, breathing heavy, chest tight. If I couldn't open the shaft, I was trapped. Completely and utterly trapped. And then I heard a faint, scraping noise from the corridor behind me. Like nails on metal. Slow. Deliberate. I spun around, flashlight beam darting wildly. The hallway stretched into darkness, empty, silent except for that scraping sound repeating, soft but unmistakable. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking. No answer. Only that slow, scraping noise, drawing closer. I swallowed hard, heart slamming. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I backed into the corner, eyes darting for anything, an exit, a hiding place, a clue. The monitor flickered and died, plunging the room into near total darkness. My flashlight flickered too, sputtered, and went out. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the scrape stopped. Close. Too close. I pressed my back to the wall, hands trembling, trying to control my ragged breath. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. A whisper brushed against my ear, so faint I wasn't sure if I imagined it. "Waiting for your arrival." My blood ran ice cold. The note in the entrance, the figure on the monitor, the journal, this place was alive with traps and watchers. Not ghosts, no. Worse. People. Or something left behind by people. I fumbled for my lighter, a small comfort. The flame flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced on the cracked walls. I scanned the corridor. Empty. For now. But I knew better. The stale air wasn't just running out. It was being controlled. Someone was here, playing a game. And I was the bait. I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth, the dry dust scratching at my throat. If I stayed still, I would run out of air. If I moved, I might walk straight into whatever was waiting in the dark. But I couldn't stay here. Not yet. The stale air pressed on my lungs like a weight I couldn't shrug off. It hung heavy, thick and sour, as if the bunker itself was slowly suffocating me. I tried to breathe deeper, but the stale taste of recycled air filled my mouth, gritty and metallic. It reminded me of a dusty basement, long sealed, with nothing alive inside but the echo of forgotten things. The ventilation system had gone silent hours ago, its faint hum replaced by a quiet that felt anything but peaceful. I sat on the cold concrete floor, back pressed against the rough wall. My hands trembled, fingers twitching as they traced the cracks in the plaster. The note, "Waiting for your arrival," had felt like a cruel joke by then, a mocking promise whispered by whoever had built this place or whoever had meant for me to find it. I kept turning the words over in my mind, trying to find some clue or hidden meaning, but all I found was emptiness and a slow, creeping panic. The bunker was a tomb, I realized. Not a vault of safety, but a trap. The sealed doors offered no escape, the narrow vents neglected until they clogged with dust and despair. I wasn't alone in this thought. I could hear it in the silence, in the way the air refused to move, in the faint groan of metal under the pressure of the earth pressing down outside. The walls seemed to close in, a prison made not of bars but of absence of fresh air, hope, rescue. I don't know how long I sat there. Time fractured into indistinct pieces, marked only by the flicker of the dying light overhead. It stuttered and blinked like a failing heartbeat, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Shadows that weren't really there, I thought, but the corners of my mind weren't playing fair. The silence was too complete. Complete silence. I pressed my palm to my forehead, the skin clammy with sweat despite the coolness of the bunker. I tried to steady my breath, to slow the pounding in my chest. The oxygen was running out. I could feel it, my chest tightened, my vision blurred at the edges, and the sound of my own breathing grew sharp and desperate. I had to do something. I crawled toward the ventilation shaft, fingers scrabbling along the metal grill. It was clogged, choked with grime and what looked like years of neglect. My fingers ached as I worked at prying it loose, a futile effort against rust and time. But I kept at it, driven by the growing tide of panic and the stubborn spark of hope that maybe I could fix this. Maybe. I didn't know what else to do. The air was growing colder now, a biting chill that seeped into my bones. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, but it was useless against the creeping numbness. My thoughts scattered, racing between logic and fear. Who had built this place? Why had they left it like this? And most pressing, was anyone else out there? Watching. Waiting? I remembered the faint sound I'd heard earlier. A low, distant noise, like footsteps crunching on dry leaves or a branch snapping underfoot. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of the mind in the oppressive quiet. But now, as the sound came again, closer this time, sharp and deliberate, I couldn't deny it. Someone was out there. I froze. The footsteps stopped just beyond the heavy door. I could hear the faint scrape of metal on concrete, a sound too deliberate to be accidental. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic rhythm that betrayed my attempt at calm. I pressed myself flat against the wall, breath shallow, every nerve screaming at me to run, to hide, to scream. Hello? The voice was low, cautious, almost hesitant. It was human, no growl or unnatural echo, just a man's voice, cracked and rough. I know you're in there. Please, just open the door. My mouth went dry. I wanted to answer, to shout back, but my voice caught in my throat. I didn't know if I could trust whoever was out there. The note, the sealed bunker, the failing air system, it all felt like a setup. A trap. But maybe not. Maybe this was my chance. I crawled slowly to the hatch, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Who are you? I whispered, voice hoarse. A pause. Then the voice again, softer this time. I'm someone who wants to help. You're not alone. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to reach out, to trust. But the bunker had changed me. It had worn down my certainty, replaced it with a raw edge of suspicion that sharpened every thought. Why am I here? I asked, voice trembling. There was no answer at first. Then, finally, a sigh. Because you were needed. Because someone wanted you to find this place. And now, you're not alone anymore. The words hung between us, fragile and uncertain. I pushed at the heavy door. It didn't budge. The lock was solid, rusted shut. He was trapped out there. I was trapped in here. I sank back to the floor, the weight of the moment settling over me like a shroud. The stale air pressed against my skin, the silence thickened, and the flickering light overhead whispered its final warning. I closed my eyes, letting the darkness gather behind my lids. But then, the ventilation kicked in. A faint hiss, a soft rush of air, the subtle shift from suffocating stillness to a gentle, life-giving breeze. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to steady my breath, to clear my mind, to remind me that the bunker wasn't finished with me yet. I sat up slowly, heart still racing but hope flaring like a fragile flame. I didn't know who was out there, or why this place existed, or what the future held. But I was alive. And for now, that was enough. The voice came again, through the crack beneath the door. "We'll get you out. Just hold on." I swallowed hard, letting the words sink in. And for the first time since I'd found the bunker, I believed them. Outside, the forest whispered. Inside, the air moved once more. The waiting was over. I wasn't alone. Not anymore. Story 5, Shifting Trail, The Mountain Watches. I never thought a mountain trail could feel like it was watching me. I had gotten up before dawn, the air cold enough to make my breath hang in tiny clouds. The sky was still the faintest shade of purple when I parked off the narrow gravel road that led to the trailhead. It was the kind of place that felt forgotten, even though it wasn't far from town. The kind of place where you could easily lose yourself, which was exactly what I wanted. I'd been cooped up indoors for weeks, juggling too many emails and too little fresh air, and the mountain promised something different: silence, space, the slow rhythm of footsteps on dirt. I tightened my pack straps and set off, the crunch of loose stones underfoot the only sound breaking the early morning hush. The trail was narrow, winding through thick pines that smelled of resin and damp earth. Birds chirped somewhere overhead, their calls sharp and bright, but even those felt distant, like echoes from another world. The deeper I went, the more the trail curtain dipped, weaving around moss-covered boulders and fallen logs. I'd been here before, a few times, but this stretch felt unfamiliar in a way I couldn't explain. I stopped to check my map. Nothing looked different on paper, but when I looked up, a bend in the trail I remembered clearly was gone. Instead, there was a sheer drop-off, the earth crumbling away into a tangle of scrub and rocks far below. The sight made my stomach lurch. I blinked and looked again, but the drop was still there. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I had imagined the bend. Maybe fatigue was playing tricks. The mountain air is thinner up here. Maybe I was just dizzy. I moved on, but the feeling lingered, a low hum of unease inside my chest. About an hour in, I reached a small clearing where the sun spilled through the branches, painting the ground in patches of gold. A fallen tree lay across part of the path, its bark rough and peeling, and I sat down to rest. My legs ached from the uneven footing, and I pulled out a water bottle, the cold plastic slick against my fingers. As I drank, the faintest sound caught my attention, a subtle shifting, like gravel sliding against stone. I turned my head, scanning the slope below the clearing. There was no one there, just the trees standing still in the morning light. But the noise came again, quieter this time, almost like a whisper. I stood and crept to the edge, peering down into the ravine. The soil looked loose, fresh scars marking the hillside as if the earth itself had been disturbed recently. A small trickle of mud oozed down between rocks, leaving a dark, wet trail. Instinctively, I traced the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones to a spot where the dirt seemed to tremble slightly underfoot. My hands pressed against a nearby tree to steady myself. The ground felt oddly soft, almost spongy, nothing like the firm earth I'd been walking on. I stepped back slowly. The wind stirred the branches overhead, and a few dry leaves fluttered down, their crisp rustle the only noise. My mouth tasted faintly of dust and pine sap. I swallowed hard, a sudden dryness creeping up my throat. "Okay," I muttered to myself, forcing some humor into my voice. just the mountain settling. Nothing to worry about. But as I turned to continue, I noticed something else. The trail behind me, the one I had just walked, was no longer there. At least, not in full. A section of the path looked broken, as if a chunk of earth had slid downward, leaving a jagged gap. I blinked. Maybe a rock slide had shifted part of the trail overnight. That would explain the soft soil and the trembling ground. But the gap wasn't there on my way up. I was certain of it. I remembered stepping carefully over a patch of exposed roots, not a sudden chasm. I reached into my pack and pulled out my phone, expecting to check the GPS. No signal. Of course. The mountain didn't like phones, and I wasn't surprised. I tried again, holding the device up, twisting this way and that, but nothing. I sighed and stuffed the phone back into my pack. I'd have to rely on the map and my memories. I looked down the trail, trying to decide which way to go. Ahead, the path narrowed and disappeared into a thick stand of firs. Behind me, the gap gaped open, a reminder that the ground was shifting beneath my feet. I hesitated. A soft crack echoed through the trees, sharper this time, like wood snapping. I froze, heart skipping. The sound came from the direction of the ravine there, where the earth had trembled. I scanned the slope again. A thin plume of dust rose, then settled. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to breathe slowly. Nothing was moving fast enough to be dangerous. Still, the mountain was changing. That much was clear. I stepped forward carefully, testing the trail with the toe of my boot. The ground held firm. Encouraged, I moved on, but each step felt heavy, as if the earth was reluctant to support me. The sun climbed higher, filtering weakly through an overcast sky now thickening with gray. The air grew cooler, damp with the hint of impending rain. A faint, metallic tang filled my nose, the smell of disturbed soil, maybe minerals exposed by the shifting ground. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my steps, the crunch of sticks and leaves beneath me. But the trail seemed to have a life of its own. I caught glimpses of something odd, a tree that had been upright before now leaning at an unnatural angle, a stone cairn that I was sure had been a neat stack now reduced to scattered rocks. Was I imagining it? The mountain was changing faster than I could keep up. I stopped at a fork in the path, consulting the map again. Both trails looked worn, but I realized with a small jolt that the one I planned to take, the left fork, was narrower, rougher, and looked less traveled. On the ground, the footprints I'd been following vanished entirely. I glanced back the way I'd come. The gap was wider now, the edges crumbling with each gust of wind. The thought struck me like a cold wave. What if the path behind me was gone for good? I shook my head. No sense panicking. I had a compass, a map, enough supplies for a day hike. I could find my way down if I stayed calm. But the mountain had other ideas. As I chose the right fork, stepping into the denser forest, I heard it again, the soft shifting underfoot, the subtle groan of earth moving somewhere out of sight. The trees around me seemed to lean closer, their branches brushing my jacket, whispering in the wind. I swallowed. The trail was shrinking, the landscape folding in on itself, and I wasn't sure if I was walking forward or deeper into something I didn't understand. I kept moving. The air tasted faintly metallic now, and the sky darkened further. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once. Silence. Complete silence. The mountain was changing, and I was already caught in its slow, shifting grip. The forest pressed in tighter with every step I took down the narrower trail. The air was thicker here, damp and heavy, smelling of moss and wet pine needles. I could hear the faint creak of branches overhead, and the steady drip of water somewhere just out of sight. The ground beneath my boots was uneven, shifting slightly, as if it had a mind of its own. I stopped and knelt down, pressing my palm against the dirt. It was soft, almost spongy, and the faint tremor beneath it wasn't just the wind. I remembered the groan I heard earlier, low, like a sigh from the earth itself. I pulled out my compass. The needle quivered oddly, never quite settling on true north. I frowned, flipping the compass over and back, then glanced at the map again. The trail was supposed to veer left here, then skirt a ridge before dropping toward the valley. But the path underfoot was twisting the wrong way, bending away from where I thought I should be. I blinked, uncertain. Was the map wrong? Had the trail shifted? Or was I losing my grip on what was real? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping in around the edges of my thoughts. The sun was low now, filtering weakly through the dense canopy. Shadows pulled in the hollows between trees, turning familiar shapes into strange, shifting figures. I told myself it was just the light playing tricks. The trail was still there, wasn't it? It had to be. I took out my phone, hoping for a signal, but nothing. Just that endless spinning wheel that mocked me. No service. No GPS. The mountain was swallowing me whole, piece by piece. I kept moving, slower now. Every crunch of leaves beneath my boots sounded too loud. I half expected to hear voices or footsteps echoing behind me, but there was only silence. Complete silence. Then, a faint sound, a tapping, like something knocking gently on a hollow tree. I froze, every muscle taut. It came again, rhythmic and deliberate. Not natural. Someone was here. Somewhere. But where? I scanned the trees, searching for movement. My breath came quick and shallow. The tapping stopped. I waited, heart hammering against my ribs, straining to hear anything else. The wind stirred, carrying a faint scent that didn't belong, smoke. No, something acrid, metallic. Not the fresh pine and damp earth I'd smelled before. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my hands. If someone was out here, they could be a hiker like me. Or worse. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't sure what was more frightening, the mountain shifting beneath me or the possibility I wasn't alone in this tightening trap. I decided to investigate, moving toward where the tapping had come from. The forest grew denser, branches snagging my jacket, twigs snapping underfoot. I pushed past a thicket and froze. There, half buried in a shallow depression, was a battered backpack. Its canvas was torn, the fabric stained and faded. Nearby, a crumpled water bottle leaked a rusty liquid onto the leaves. I knelt and inspected the pack, heart sinking. It looked like someone had left in a hurry, or worse. I rifled through the pockets, careful not to disturb anything too much. Inside was a folded map, much like mine but dog-eared and marked with scribbled notes in hurried handwriting. The notes spoke of cracks in the ground, shifting trails, and warnings to turn back before it was too late. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the map fully, tracing the jagged red lines that crossed the mountain's face. Someone else had noticed the changes. Someone else had been trapped. I folded the map back and stuffed it into my jacket. My mind raced. Who had left this? Were they still out here? Were they watching? I swallowed the lump forming in my throat and forced myself to move on. The trail narrowed even further, the trees growing closer, their branches weaving like fingers across the path. The ground beneath me felt less solid, tilting slightly as if the mountain itself were leaning away. I tested a step forward, then another, the earth shifting beneath my boots with a sickening give. Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air, cold and heavy with silence, a tree limb snapping somewhere behind me. I whipped around. The shadows seemed to pulse, the forest alive with hidden movement. I caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing between the trees, just out of sight. "Hey!" I called out, voice cracking. Wait. No answer. Only the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. My pulse quickened. I wasn't imagining this. Someone was following me. Or maybe watching. I pressed on, ignoring the tightness wrapping around my chest. The trail opened into a small clearing, where the earth buckled and cracked like a broken mirror. The ground rippled in slow waves, and the roots of the trees peeled away like old bark. I knelt down, running my hands over the cracked soil. It felt unstable, like it could give way at any moment. I glanced back the way I'd come. The path was gone. The edge of the clearing dropped sharply into a ravine I hadn't noticed before. I stood, dizziness washing over me. The mountain was shifting faster now, swallowing trails whole, carving new ones that led deeper into unknown territory. I pulled out the map again, studying the markings. The scribbled notes mentioned an unstable landslide, creeping underground, reshaping everything. The writer had warned about getting trapped, about losing the way back. That warning echoed in my mind like a hammer. I scanned the trees again. The figure was gone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. I stuffed the map away and started walking, choosing a direction that seemed less treacherous. My boots slipped on loose gravel. I caught myself on a tree trunk, the bark rough against my palms. My breath came out in ragged bursts. The air was cooler here, but the sense of danger was growing, wrapping tighter like the tightening grip of a noose. Then, faint voices, whispered voices, carried on the wind. Not far. Not close enough to make out words, but close enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I stopped, straining to listen. The voices faded, leaving only the creaking of the earth and the distant call of a lone crow. I wanted to call back, to speak, but my throat tightened. What if they were hostile? Or worse, what if they were as lost as I was, driven mad by the mountain's slow collapse? I pressed forward, heart pounding, every nerve screaming to turn back. But the mountain wouldn't let me. The air hung heavy with a silence that seemed to swallow every whispered sound. The trails were vanishing behind me, swallowed by cracks and shifting soil. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the ground. The forest darkened, sounds growing sharper, the snap of twigs, the rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water from unseen heights. I sank to a rock, pulling out my water bottle. The water tasted metallic, but I drank anyway, the dryness in my mouth intolerable. I glanced at the map once more. The scribbled warnings felt like a message from someone who had been here before me, trapped in the same shifting maze. I whispered to myself, I'm not going to be left behind. But even as I said it, I knew the mountain was no longer just a place. It was a force, a predator, reshaping the world beneath my feet and pushing me further into the unknown. And somewhere, in the shadows, someone was watching. The voices had vanished like smoke, but the mountain silence that followed was heavier than before. I stood still, ears straining, every nerve alive in the cold air. The crunch of gravel beneath my boots was too loud, too sharp. Somewhere beyond the trees, the ground groaned a deep, slow rumble that felt like the mountain's breath. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic bite of adrenaline at the back of my throat. I wanted to convince myself that the voices were just wind playing tricks or some lost hikers calling out to each other. But something else gnawed me, something real and far more sinister. I glanced down at the map again, though it had become useless. The trail I'd memorized was gone. Paths I'd walked twisted and disappeared behind me, swallowed by collapsing earth or thickening underbrush. I tried to mark the route with small rock piles, but even those had shifted overnight, scattered like the mountain was erasing every trace I left. The sun was dipping lower, orange light bleeding through the gaps in the canopy. Shadows stretched long and thin, folding over the uneven ground like fingers reaching for me. I breathed out, fogging the inside of my jacket collar. The cold was settling in deeper. I stepped forward, hesitant, following a faint animal trail that might lead somewhere. My boots sunk into soft soil, damp with the scent of moss and decay. The trees here were thinner, gnarled, their branches tangled in a way that seemed unnatural. I stopped to catch my breath, wiping sweat from my forehead even though the air was cold. Then, a sudden crack. The ground shifted beneath my feet, subtle but unmistakable. I froze. The earth moved again, a slow slide that made me stumble. Heart pounding, I dropped my pack and knelt, pressing my hands against the dirt. It trembled, loose and unstable, as if the mountain was settling deeper into itself. I remembered the satellite photo I'd found earlier, the one with those strange lines cutting through the forest. The topsoil wasn't just moving. It was sliding. A slow, underground landslide was reshaping everything. No wonder the trail kept changing, no wonder the paths vanished. This wasn't random. It was a creeping trap. I looked back the way I'd come. The narrow ridge I crossed yesterday was gone, replaced by a fresh scar of bare rock and mud. The trees there hung at impossible angles, roots torn from the earth like they'd been yanked by giant hands. My exit route was gone. My hands trembled as I stuffed the map back into my jacket pocket. I was stuck. The mountain had swallowed my way out. I felt the cold seep into my bones, the weight of isolation pressing down. The voices, whoever they were, had to be nearby. But why hadn't they made themselves known? Why whisper and vanish? The shadows shifted again, and I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure. Thin, hunched, moving slowly between the trees. I blinked, heart racing, and the figure disappeared. A moment later, I heard a soft, deliberate crunch of boots on gravel. Not mine. Someone was moving toward me. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my mouth and called out, voice cracking, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Just the creak of branches overhead and the earth settling beneath. I took a step forward, then another, trying to keep calm. I'm lost. I don't want trouble. The crunching stopped. Silence. Then, a voice, low and calm but with an edge that made my skin crawl. You shouldn't be here. The words hung in the air, thick and unwelcome. I scanned the trees, heart thudding. Who's there? What do you want? No reply. Only the distant echo of a crow's call and the slow shifting of the ground. I took a breath, forcing my legs to move. I couldn't stay still. Not with the mountain breaking apart and someone or something watching. The figure reappeared briefly, just a shadow between the trunks. I caught a glimpse of a worn jacket, a pale face half hidden beneath a cap. Not a ghost. Human. Look, I said, voice steadier now. I'm not here to cause problems. I just need to get back down the trail. The figure paused, then stepped forward into the fading light. You won't find it, the man said, voice rough like gravel. The mountain's swallowing everything. I studied him. He looked older than I first thought, weathered and tired, eyes sharp as broken glass. How long have you been here? Too long, he said, scanning the horizon. This place isn't safe. You should turn back. I shook my head. I can't. The paths. They're gone. The mountain's moving beneath me. I'm trapped. He nodded slowly, almost pitying. You don't understand. It's not just the earth. The people who live around here. They don't like outsiders poking around. especially when the mountain's angry. My pulse quickened. People? What do you mean? He glanced away, voice dropping to a whisper. There's been disappearances. Hikers, campers. Folks who tried to leave when the mountain started shifting. They never made it. I swallowed hard. Why? What happened to them? You probably think I'm imagining things. His eyes locked onto mine. The landslide's just the start. The mountain's unstable, but the ones who live here have their own reasons for keeping it that way. They don't want anyone finding out what's buried beneath. Buried? The word felt heavy on my tongue. He nodded. Old mine shafts, tunnels, collapsed caverns. The whole mountain's a web of tunnels and fractures, and when the earth starts sliding, everything's at risk of coming down. People have been trying to cover it up for years. No rescue teams, no search parties. Just silence. I felt the cold tighten around me, like the mountain's grip was closing in. So, the voices. The whispers. Mist curled around the ancient trees as twilight seeped beneath the horizon, turning the forest into a realm of shadows and secrets. Their warnings? Or distractions, he said, stepping closer. To keep you moving, keep you lost. If you stop, the mountain and the people who watch it will catch you. A shiver ran down my spine. The realization hit me like a punch. I wasn't just trapped by the unstable ground. I was trapped by people who wanted to make sure I didn't escape. Or worse, that I didn't tell anyone. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to meet his gaze. What do I do? He hesitated, then reached into his jacket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. There's a way out. But it's dangerous. The path's fragile, and it might not be there tomorrow. I unfolded the paper, eyes scanning the hastily drawn lines and notes. A narrow route, barely visible on the map, cutting through the most unstable terrain. A point of no return. I looked up at him. If I take this route, you might get out, he said. Or you might trigger the mountain to swallow you whole. The wind picked up, rattling the branches overhead. The ground trembled again beneath us, a low, rolling growl that shook the air. I stuffed the paper into my pocket, heart pounding faster than before. There was no turning back now. The mountain had claimed my past paths, and the only way forward was through the unknown. Thank you, I said, voice barely above a whisper. He nodded once, then disappeared back into the trees, swallowed by the shifting shadows. The silence returned, thicker and more oppressive. I felt my breath catch in my chest. The mountain was alive beneath me, and whatever lurked in its depths was watching. I took the first step onto the fragile path he'd drawn, the loose gravel crunching beneath my boots. Behind me, the earth groaned. The point of no return. And I was running out of time. The words hung between us like a thick fog. No rescue teams, no search parties. Just silence. I couldn't shake the chill that crept up my spine. The mountain wasn't just unstable, it was a trap, a shifting tomb carved by old tunnels and fractures hidden beneath the surface. The man's eyes were dark, serious, almost pleading, like he wanted me to understand the gravity of what I was about to face. I swallowed hard, feeling my mouth go dry. So, the voices, the whispers. That's not just in my head. He nodded, his jaw tight. People hear things when the mountain starts moving. Fractures opening, rocks grinding. Sometimes they think they hear other things, voices, footsteps. But it's the mountain, or whoever's watching from the shadows. I glanced around, the cold night pressing in on us. The wind had picked up, rattling the brittle branches overhead, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. Who's watching? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated. Locals. Folks who live in the valley below. They don't want outsiders poking around, especially not near the old mines. They say the mountains got secrets better left alone. I blinked. That's comforting. The sarcasm didn't quite mask the unease settling into my bones. He shrugged, but his gaze didn't waver. I'm just telling you what I know. You can decide what to do. The silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. I tried to steady my breathing, but the rhythmic crunch of my boots on loose gravel felt too loud, like an alarm bell in the stillness. Somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, sharp and sudden, then faded into the dark. I rubbed my arms, the cold seeping through my jacket. I need to keep moving, I said finally. I can't just stay here. He nodded, stepping back into the shadows. Be careful. The paths change faster than you think. What was there yesterday might be gone tomorrow. I swallowed the lump in my throat, turning away. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, catching on the jagged rocks and twisted roots that clawed at the earth like desperate fingers. The trail stretched ahead, uneven, uncertain. As I walked, my mind spun with everything I'd heard. Disappearances. Hidden tunnels. A mountain alive beneath my feet, reshaping itself. The thought made the ground feel less solid, less trustworthy. I stopped briefly, crouching to examine the dirt. There, fresh cracks spider-webbed across the surface, tiny fissures yawning open like wounds. I pressed my fingers against the earth. It trembled faintly. The mountain was breathing, shifting beneath me. A sudden sound made me jerk upright, a faint scrape, like nails on stone. I froze, heart hammering. The beam of my flashlight swung left, then right, but there was nothing. The silence pressed in again, tighter. I told myself it was just a mountain settling. Or maybe a small animal disturbed by my presence. Still, the unease gnawed at me. Further up the trail, the ground dipped sharply. I paused at the edge of what looked like a collapsed path. Yesterday, this had been a narrow ledge. Now it was gone, swallowed by a fresh landslide. The earth had claimed it overnight. I swallowed hard and looked back. The trail behind me was fractured, chunks of rock missing, the path swallowed by a fresh scar. No way back without risking a fall. A cold wave of isolation swept through me. Then I heard it again, the scrape, closer this time. Not the mountain. Something else. Footsteps? Breathing? I swung the light toward the sound. For a split second, I caught a figure, a shadow melting into the trees, then it vanished. My breath caught in my throat. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. Is someone there? No answer, just the rustle of leaves, the sigh of wind. But I knew I wasn't alone. Panic prickled at the edges of my mind. The mountain wasn't just shifting the earth, it was shifting the rules. I was trapped between the collapsing landscape and the unknown watcher in the dark. I took a shaky step forward. The trail narrowed again, winding down a steep incline littered with loose stones. My boots slipped once, and my hands trembled as I steadied myself on a tree trunk slick with moss. A bitter taste filled my mouth, metallic, like blood or old iron. I spat, wiping my mouth with the back of my glove. The smell lingered in the air, mixing with damp earth and pine. Adrenaline surged. I needed to think. Find shelter. Find a way out. Then, faintly, from deeper in the woods, a voice. Low, almost a whisper. It called my name, slow and deliberate. I stopped, frozen. The sound was unmistakable. Not the wind. not the mountain. Sarah, it said again. Sarah. My name on the wind. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping into my thoughts. When the sun finally dropped behind the jagged peaks, the shadows grew so long they swallowed the trail whole. I was halfway up what I convinced myself was the last climb, though the mountain had a way of mocking certainty. The wind was sharper now, biting at my exposed neck and carrying the faint, sour tang of disturbed earth. Every step felt like a gamble, the ground beneath me whispering warnings I couldn't fully understand until it was too late. I stopped, leaning heavily on my knees, chest heaving, sweat running cold in the chill evening air. The trail behind me was gone. Not just obscured by darkness, but physically gone. I remembered the way the dirt crumbled just yesterday, how the edges gave way underfoot like brittle crust. It was an unstable thing, shifting imperceptibly each day. The mountain was swallowing itself, and me with it. I blinked hard, trying to clear the fog in my head. My fingers were numb, and the cold had crept under my jacket, nesting near my ribs. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, bitter and sharp. But it wasn't just the mountain I was up against. I heard something else, a faint snapping, a low murmur of voices from somewhere beyond the thinning trees. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The voices weren't human, or maybe they were. There was something off. Too low, too careful. I tried to pinpoint the direction, but the shifting landscape played tricks, folding the path in on itself like a crumpled map. I had no idea if those sounds were close or miles away. Hello? I called out, voice trembling. Is someone there? Silence. Complete silence. Then the snapping again, just behind a cluster of pines. I swallowed hard, heart slamming, hands trembling. My mind raced through every horror story I'd ever heard about people stranded in wild places, how strangers could be more dangerous than the wilderness itself. I wanted to turn back, but there was no going back. The path had vanished, swallowed by the slow, relentless landslide. The mountain was a living trap, and I was its prisoner. I remembered the small radio I'd packed, a relic from my last trip. I fumbled through my pack, fingers shaking, and pulled it out. Static hissed in my ear before a faint voice cut through. If you can hear this, stay put. Rescue is coming. Coordinates are locked in your GPS. Relief was a wave crashing over me, but it was tempered by exhaustion and doubt. Rescue? How long before they'd find me? The last 48 hours had taught me how quickly hope could turn brittle here. I sat down on a rock, the cold seeping through my clothes. Around me, the mountain groaned softly, like a beast settling in for the night. I closed my eyes and tried to quiet the storm in my head. The shifting earth, the disappearing paths, the voices in the dark, they all felt like parts of a nightmare I couldn't wake from. Somewhere deep inside, a stubborn spark refused to die. I was beaten, yes, but not broken. The mountain might reshape itself endlessly, but I still had my mind, my senses, my will. I thought about the past days, the confusion, the creeping dread, the strange, unsettling feeling that the land itself was turning against me. It wasn't supernatural. It was real. Terrifyingly real. The kind of terror that gnaws on your sanity because it's so plausible. I thought about my parents, waiting for me to come home. I thought about the promises I'd made to myself, not to give up, not to let fear win. I felt the rough bark of the tree I was leaning against, smelled the damp earth and pine needles, tasted the cold air sharp in my mouth. I whispered to myself, this ends here. And it did. Hours later, long after the moon had climbed high and the stars had scattered like shards of glass across the sky, I heard the crunch of footsteps. Not the careful, hidden sort, but purposeful, steady. A voice called out, clear and human. "Hey! Over here!" I stumbled toward the sound, every muscle aching, every breath ragged. Then, through the darkness, a flashlight beam cut through the black like a lifeline. They found me. The rescue team was a small crew, 2 guides familiar with the mountain's moods and an emergency medic. They moved quickly but carefully, assessing the unstable ground, calling out as they searched. The relief in their eyes when they saw me was palpable, and it hit me harder than the cold or exhaustion. As they helped me down the last stretch to safer ground, I kept looking back at the twisting trail, the cracks in the earth, the trees that seemed to lean in like silent witnesses to my ordeal. The mountain had changed forever, not just in its shape, but in what it had done to me. Later, in the warmth of the rescue cabin, wrapped in a blanket and sipping lukewarm coffee, I let the adrenaline drain away. The hum of the heater, the soft chatter of the rescuers, the distant howl of the wind outside, it all felt impossibly normal. Yet, I knew I'd carry the mountain with me, etched into my skin and my thoughts. I realized then that the real terror wasn't the collapsing paths or the shifting landscape. It was the uncertainty, the loss of footing, both literal and metaphorical. The way the ground beneath me could betray me without warning was a mirror to the frailty of control in life. When one of the guides asked me what I'd learned from all this, I hesitated. The answer wasn't simple. "I learned," I said finally, voice soft but steady, "that some places can change faster than you expect. And sometimes, you have to change with them. Or you don't make it at all." They nodded, understanding in their eyes, and for the first time in days, I allowed myself to believe that I might. In the weeks that followed, I kept the mountain close in my thoughts. I wrote down every detail, every shift, every whisper of the earth's movement. The trail might never be the same, and neither would I. But the mountain had not defeated me. It had taught me something essential about survival, not just the physical kind, but the kind rooted deep in resilience and acceptance. I won't pretend the fear vanished overnight. It still lurks in quiet moments, when the wind rattles the windows or when the ground feels oddly unstable beneath my feet. But it's tempered now by a profound respect. For the wildness of the world, for the limits of my own strength, for the thin, fragile thread that connects us to safety. The mountain had reshaped itself. It had trapped me, tested me, and in the end, released me. And I walked away changed, scarred, and silently grateful for the second chance to find my way home. Story 6, Magnetic Disturbance, Lost in the Silent Woods. The thing about being out in the field, away from the hum of city life, away from the endless reach of cell towers and streetlights, is that you start noticing the little details. I remember the crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots as I stepped off the narrow trail and into the thick underbrush. The sun was pushing through the canopy in thin beams, casting long, lazy shadows across the mossy floor. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker tapped insistently against a tree trunk. It was a sound so natural, so routine, that I barely registered it at first. I had been out here before, many times, surveying for the National Park Service, and this was supposed to be just another run-of-the-mill job. Simple, methodical, something I could check off the list before lunch. My pack was heavy with the usual gear: GPS unit, topo maps, compass, notebooks. I double-checked the devices, the screens blinking alive in the weak light, then pressed forward, deeper into the forest. The plan was straightforward: map this new section of the park boundary that had recently been expanded, an area largely untouched by visitors. No one had been here for years, except maybe the odd hiker or poacher, but that was rare. Too remote, too tangled. At first, everything went as expected. The GPS locked on satellites within seconds, and the compass needle pointed true north without hesitation. But then I hit that patch. I couldn't say exactly where, because the devices started acting strangely before I could mark the spot. The GPS signal flickered, the red dot on the screen wandering without explanation. The compass needle wavered, spinning almost like it was losing its grip on the magnetic field. I stopped. My breath caught, not with fear exactly, but with a sense of confusion I couldn't shake. I pulled the compass out again, holding it level in my palm, watching the needle chitter and twitch like a trapped insect. The GPS tried to recalibrate but soon gave up altogether, the screen blanking out before flashing an error code I'd never seen before. Must be a glitch, I muttered to myself, though my voice sounded oddly small in the vast stillness. I tapped the screen, blew on the compass, checked the batteries. Nothing changed. I crouched down and pulled out my notebook, scratching a quick note. The air here felt different. I could taste it, something metallic, almost like the sharp tang of blood, though I knew it wasn't. Maybe it was just the dampness mixing with the smell of decomposing leaves. Either way, it stuck with me. Something about that spot felt wrong, though I couldn't say what. Like I'd crossed an invisible line, and the forest had pulled a curtain close behind me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was overthinking. Survey work was tedious, and my brain was probably playing tricks after too many hours staring at screens and maps. Still, as I stood up, I noticed the woods were quieter. The tapping of the woodpecker had stopped. The usual rustle of small animals in the undergrowth was gone. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone else. A ranger, a hiker, anyone. But there was nothing but trees and shadows and that strange stillness pressing down. I started walking again, slower this time, eyes scanning for landmarks I could trust. The GPS stubbornly refused to cooperate, and the compass was still spinning. I pulled out the topo map, folding it carefully on my knee, comparing it to the shapes I saw ahead. But the terrain didn't match. Hills marked on the map were flat. Streams that should have curved lazily between rocks appeared as dry beds or disappeared entirely. That's when the first real pang of unease hit me. I had been trained to deal with confusion, with errors and unexpected glitches, but this was different. There was no logical explanation for the data to be so wildly off. I tapped the GPS one more time, watching the signal bar blink out. The compass twirled like a second hand on a clock stuck between numbers. I considered turning back, but the thought felt too easy. Like admitting defeat without understanding what was happening. I'd come too far. Besides, the sun was still high, and I knew the park rangers wouldn't expect me back until evening at the earliest. Something scratched at the back of my mind, a faint memory, maybe, or a warning buried under layers of routine and training. I couldn't place it. I pressed on, notebook in hand, jotting down observations. Every time I looked at the map, the landscape seemed to shift beneath my eyes. Trees that should have been clustered were scattered, clearings vanished into thickets of brambles I hadn't noticed before. I stopped twice to check my footing, stepping carefully over roots slick with moss. The dampness soaked through my boots, cold and stubborn. By mid-afternoon, I was thoroughly disoriented. The sun had dropped lower, casting longer shadows that stretched and twisted like fingers between the trunks. My throat felt dry, even though I'd been careful to sip water regularly. The air smelled heavier now, a mixture of wet earth and something faintly metallic again. I pulled out my radio, flipping the switch. Static. No response. I adjusted the frequency, tried another channel. Silence. I frowned. The park's remote zones sometimes had weak signals, but this was unusual. I tapped the handset a little harder, frustration rising. The silence seemed to swell around me, filling the spaces where voices should have been. I tried my phone next. No bars. No connection. The forest was a bubble, sealed off from the outside world. The thought struck me, if something went wrong here, I'd be on my own. I glanced at the compass one last time. For a brief moment, the needle steadied, pointing north like it was supposed to. Then it twitched, hesitated, and spun again. I closed my eyes, took a breath. The tension in my shoulders loosened for only a second before tightening again. A strange, prickling sensation crawled up my spine. I was being watched, I was sure of it, but not by animals. Something else. I opened my eyes and scanned the tree-line. Nothing moved. No flicker of color, no shape beyond the dense greens and browns. I walked a few steps forward and nearly stumbled over a large rock, slick with moss and oddly out of place. I knelt down, running my fingers over its surface, cold and rough. There was a faint scuff mark along one side, like something had scraped against it recently. A noise broke the silence, then a low, deliberate rustling from somewhere to my right. I froze, heart picking up pace. The sound wasn't like the wind or animals. It was deliberate, slow, almost cautious. "Hello," I called out, voice tight. No answer. Just that rustling again, a few feet away. I stayed still, listening. The forest hadn't felt this alive since I'd arrived. But alive in a way that unsettled me, that made me wish I was somewhere else. The sun was dipping below the horizon now. Shadows pulled like ink, swallowing the edges of the trees. I'd planned to set up camp, but there was no clear spot, no safe place that didn't feel like a trap. I looked back the way I'd come, but the path had vanished under a tangle of brush. The map made no sense, the GPS was a useless rectangle of blinking errors, and the compass had turned traitor. I swallowed hard. The forest was no longer a familiar place. It was a maze with shifting walls, a puzzle with pieces that didn't fit. And somewhere beyond the trees, something was watching, waiting. I wasn't sure if I was stepping into danger or simply losing my mind. But I had no choice. I had to find my way out. "Hello." The word hung in the air, barely louder than a whisper. I didn't answer. My gaze darted to the right, where the rustling had come from, but all I saw was the dense tangle of underbrush, branches swaying gently in a breeze I hadn't noticed before. The silence that followed was heavier than before, pressing in on me like the thick, humid air. I took a slow breath, forcing my hands to stop trembling. The compass in my pocket spun like a confused carousel, and my GPS flickered between no signal and some indecipherable jumble of numbers. The rock beneath my fingers felt cold, unnaturally so for this time of day. I could taste the metallic tang of sweat on my tongue, bitter and sharp. "Who's there?" I managed, voice rough and low. No answer. Just the occasional snap of a twig, like footsteps, but too irregular to be certain. I wanted to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but I knew better. The deliberate rhythm, the slow pacing, it didn't fit. I backed away from the moss-covered rock, fingers grazing the rough bark of a nearby tree to steady myself. The forest around me seemed to shift under the fading light, shadows deepening and twisting into shapes that didn't belong. My skin prickled, hair standing at attention. Something was wrong here, beyond just the malfunctioning equipment. I pulled out my field notebook, flipping through pages filled with coordinates and sketches from earlier surveys. I found the last entry and stared at it, area exhibiting severe compass and GPS failure. Terrain appears to distort mapping data. Need more data, possible environmental anomaly. The words looked inadequate now. I glanced down at the ground. The moss beneath the rock was thicker here, almost unnaturally lush, like something was feeding off the moisture. The air smelled different too, a faint, sour note beneath the usual pine and earth. I couldn't place it, but it clung to my nostrils. "Look, I'm not crazy," I muttered, mostly to myself. "This isn't just some technical glitch." I needed to get a better handle on what was happening, and quickly. If the terrain was warping the instruments, then manual methods were my only option. I took out a small paper map, the kind used before GPS was standard issue. I spread it on a flat rock and began marking landmarks I'd identified so far: the mossy rock, the twisted tree with bark stripped away, the shallow creek that curved and disappeared into shadows. But as I worked, a strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. Like eyes watching. I stopped and scanned the tree line again. Still nothing. No flicker of movement, no rustle beyond the occasional breeze. I shook my head, trying to clear the creeping unease. Focus. I decided to move deeper into the area, taking notes by hand, measuring distances with a tape measure rather than relying on faulty electronics. Every step felt heavier, as if the forest was resisting. The ground beneath my boots softened, patches of mud sucking at the soles, making each footfall a small battle. The sky was shifting, clouds thickening, casting an eerie gray light that dimmed the colors around me. The smell in the air intensified, a mix of wet leaves, decaying wood, and something faintly chemical. Like bleach, but not quite. I paused near the creek, crouching to examine the water. It was clear but unnervingly still, no ripples even as I dropped a small pebble in. The pebble disappeared beneath the surface, swallowed whole by the dark pool. A sudden noise made me snap upright, a soft, rhythmic tapping, steady and deliberate. It was coming from the trees behind me. I turned slowly, heart hammering. "Who's there?" My voice was firmer this time, though my throat was dry. No response. The tapping stopped. Silence. I took a cautious step back, eyes fixed on the shadows. The forest felt alive in a way that was wrong, too quiet, too watchful. I pulled out my phone, hoping for some signal to call in, but the screen flashed no service. I tapped frantically, frustration rising. Not a single bar. I had to find the others. We were supposed to be working in pairs, but I'd lost contact with my partner, Sam, hours ago. I tried the radio next, static, nothing but static. A low rumble echoed through the trees. At first, I thought it was thunder, but the sky was still clear of storm clouds. The sound grew, shifting into something like distant machinery grinding. I swallowed hard. No construction crews operated in this remote part of the park. The land was protected, untouched, or so I thought. I moved cautiously toward the source, every sense alert. The underbrush thickened, branches snagging my jacket, leaves brushing my skin like cold fingers. The smell grew sharper, chemical and metallic now. Ahead, I spotted a clearing, an unnatural break in the trees. The ground was bare dirt, marred by strange tire tracks that hadn't been there on previous surveys. I knelt, tracing the marks with a finger. Fresh. My pulse quickened. Who else was here? And why? A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure stepping out from behind a tree at the edge of the clearing. Tall, wearing a dark jacket and a white-brimmed hat that shadowed their face. No tool, but the presence alone felt like a challenge. "Hey," I called, voice steady despite the adrenaline. "I'm surveying this area." "Who are you?" The figure said nothing, just tilted their head slightly, as if considering me. The tapping noise started again, faint but unmistakable. I glanced around, heart pounding. The trees seemed to close in, the shadows deepening. That prickling sensation returned, crawling up my spine faster this time. I needed answers, but suddenly, the idea of pressing forward felt like a mistake. "Listen," I said, keeping my tone calm, "I don't want trouble. Just trying to do my job." The figure took a slow step closer. "You shouldn't be here," a voice finally tame, low and rough but not unkind. "This place, It doesn't want to be found. I swallowed again. Neither do I. But something's wrong here. The instruments, the land, it's all distorted, the figure interrupted. I know. I've seen it too. A flicker of relief mixed with confusion. You have? They nodded. But the more you try to control it, the worse it gets. The land fights back. And people don't like being watched. I glanced down at my notebook, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing in. Who are you? Someone who's been here longer than you, they said quietly. And someone who's learned that sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away. The wind picked up, rustling leaves and scattering my papers across the clearing. I bent to gather them, but when I looked up, the figure was gone. Just like that. The tapping stopped. The eerie stillness returned. I stood alone, the cold dirt underfoot and the thick forest waiting, silent and watchful. I could leave. I wanted to leave. But something told me I wouldn't. Not yet. Not until I understood what this place was hiding. The tapping stopped. The figure didn't move either, just stood there like some part of the forest itself, perfectly still, watching. The air between us thickened, heavy with something I couldn't name. My jacket, damp with sweat now, clung to my skin, and the cold fingers of unease crawled higher. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, but the quiet between the trees was so complete it felt like sound itself was being swallowed whole. Look, I said, stepping forward cautiously, I'm not here to cause trouble. My voice felt small, swallowed by the rustling leaves and the distant creak of branches. The figure tilted their head again, and I could swear I caught the faintest twitch of a smile, though I wasn't sure if it was real or just the shadows playing tricks on me. I glanced down at the tire tracks. Fresh. Whoever or whatever had been here wasn't just passing through. Not in this empty, forgotten corner of the park. The metal tang in the air grew stronger, like spilled blood mixing with rust and oil. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just about a broken GPS signal anymore. Something else was at work here. The figure finally spoke. The voice was low, deliberate, almost hollow. You're not supposed to be here. I blinked. Neither are you, I said, trying to keep my tone even. This is public land, isn't it? I'm just mapping. Mapping, the figure repeated, voice like gravel. They don't want you mapping. Not here. A strange chill swept through me. The temperature dropped noticeably, not because the sun was setting, it was high enough still, but because the atmosphere felt thick, like a weight pressing down. Who's they? I asked, my voice tighter now. My fingers twitched toward my pack, the one thing I still trusted. The compass inside had spun wild hours ago, and the GPS was a dead weight. The figure's eyes, barely visible beneath the hat, flicked toward the trees. You won't find out if you keep poking around. I stared at the clearing. The dirt beneath my knees had a faint oily sheen that caught the light strangely, like the ground itself was slick. I swallowed the sudden dry taste in my mouth and sat back on my heels. Look, I said, I need to finish this survey. It's important. It's my job. The figure shifted, stepping closer, and the faint tapping resumed, slower, more deliberate. It was coming from their pocket, I realized, some small device I couldn't quite make out. I remembered the smell again, the sharp chemical bite mixing with the earth. You don't understand, the figure said, voice dropping lower. This place isn't just lost on the map. It's lost for a reason. I wanted to ask what that meant but caught myself. It was the kind of phrase that sounded like a warning and a threat all at once. I noticed the faint scuff marks around the edges of the clearing, half buried under leaves and dirt. They looked like footprints, but oddly flat, as if someone had tried to erase them. But you can't erase footprints in dirt. Not really. I rose slowly, brushing off dirt. I don't want trouble. If you want me to leave. Leaving isn't an option, the figure interrupted. Their eyes locked on mine, intense now, piercing. You've crossed into something bigger. You weren't supposed to see this, to know it exists. The words hit me like a punch in the gut. Bigger than what? Some kind of illegal operation? Environmental damage? Or something worse? I glanced around. The forest was unnervingly silent. No birds. No insects. Just the faint crackle of the wind pulling at dead leaves. Why are you here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. For the same reason you are, they said, voice roughening. To watch. To keep others away. I frowned. Who else? The figure's hand moved to their pocket again, pulling out a small, worn notebook. There are others, they said, flipping it open. The pages were filled with sketches, maps, none of which made sense to me. Lines that twisted and tangled, shapes that didn't match any real-world geography. But buried in the chaos were notes. Words like interference, suppression, and containment. I reached out, hesitating. What is this? Data. The figure's eyes darkened. Proof that this place isn't natural. That it's been manipulated, engineered. By people who don't want anyone poking their noses into it. I swallowed hard. Engineered? Like? Man-made? Yes. The tapping stopped abruptly. That's why your equipment fails. That's why the maps don't hold up. The terrain itself has been altered, wired, manipulated, erased. Everything we think we know about this park is a lie. I took a shaky breath, the metallic tang thick in my mouth. My mind raced, piecing things together. The distorted GPS signals, the compass spinning like a top, the erasing footprints, the fresh tire tracks, all signs someone had been here, working or hiding something. But why? I asked. What could be so important that they'd go to all this trouble? The figure shrugged, but there was no humor in it. Control. Secrets. Power. Maybe something no one's supposed to ever find. I felt a sudden weight in my chest, a sinking feeling that the survey was no longer just about collecting data. I'd stepped into something far beyond routine. My own tools, my own knowledge, suddenly felt useless. Can I leave? I asked, voice barely steady. The figure shook their head. Not now. Not after you've seen this. I looked back toward the edge of the clearing, toward the thick wall of trees. A sudden, sharp noise cut through the air, cold and heavy with silence, a distant engine revving low and fast. The sound bounced off the hills, growing closer. My pulse jumped. The figure glanced toward the sound, then back at me. They're coming, they said. You've got to decide, stay and help, or run and never come back. But if you run, you'll never get out the way you came. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste stronger now, almost choking me. Every instinct screamed to turn and bolt, but I knew better. The forest had shifted beneath me, and the path back had vanished. Something else was waiting. A cold wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves, whispering warnings I couldn't quite catch. My hands trembled. The figure folded the notebook and tucked it away, stepping closer. We don't have much time, they said quietly. You're in this now. There's no turning back. The sun dipped lower, sending long shadows across the bare dirt. And in that fading light, I realized the survey was over. Something else had begun. Can I leave? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the metallic taste in my mouth lingering like a bad memory. The figure glanced at me, eyes sharp but unreadable under the low light. You can try, he said, but you won't get far. That stopped me cold. The gravity in his voice broke through the fog of adrenaline and confusion. Why not? I pressed. If this is some kind of secret operation, why not just let me go? No one's after me. He shook his head slowly. Because once you've seen it, once you stepped inside, they don't let you walk away. Not without consequences. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. My instinct screamed at me to bolt, to run back the way I'd come, but I knew better. There was no easy escape here. Not from whatever this place was. The forest around us felt alive in a new, sinister way. The usual night sounds, the rustle of leaves, distant calls of owls, had been replaced by a thick, oppressive silence. Even the air had changed, colder, heavier, like breathing through a wet blanket. My skin prickled, goosebumps crawling over my arms despite the suffocating humidity. I glanced down at my equipment. The GPS was dead, compass useless. The maps, frayed, incomplete, mocked my efforts. This land wasn't just confusing, it was actively erasing itself. And someone, or something, was behind it. What do you want from me? I asked. The man's eyes locked onto mine. Information. Cooperation. Survival. Survival? The word punched me in the gut. I hadn't been thinking in those terms. I'd been so focused on solving the puzzle, on proving that this place was real, that I hadn't considered how dangerous it was. Look, I said, trying to steady my voice, I'm just a surveyor. I'm not involved in whatever this is. I don't want trouble. He took a step closer, his breath faint but smelling like earth and old sweat. Trouble found you the moment you crossed into the zone. You should have turned back when you had the chance. I wanted to argue, to say I hadn't been warned. But the truth was, I'd been warned. I just hadn't listened. My mind raced. If I stayed here, I risked getting tangled in something far beyond my control. But if I left, I'd be admitting defeat, letting this mystery swallow another victim. Tell me what you want, I said finally, voice rough. He exhaled, a slow, deliberate breath. Follow me. There's something you need to see. I hesitated. The rational part of me screamed no. But a stubborn thread of curiosity, or maybe fear, pushed me forward. We moved through the thick brush, his footsteps silent against the damp earth. I tried to memorize the path, but every landmark seemed to blur and shift, as if the forest itself was rearranging behind me. I stopped twice to check my compass, spinning wildly both times, and the GPS flickered between nonsense coordinates. After what felt like an hour but could have been 10 minutes, he stopped at the edge of a clearing. Moonlight spilled unevenly over the ground, illuminating a large, flat stone embedded in the earth like an altar. The man crouched beside it, running his fingers over strange markings etched deep into the surface, symbols that looked part technical diagram, part tribal glyph. I leaned closer, squinting. Who made this? I asked. He smiled briefly, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not who. What? The people controlling this park, scientists, engineers, whatever you want to call them, left traces of their work here. This stone is part of the control system. A sudden chill ran through me. Control system? He nodded. To manipulate the environment, the data, the very landscape. To hide things. To erase things. I swallowed hard, trying to connect the dots. You mean this whole area is like giant cover-up. Exactly. The implications hit me in waves. The missing hikers, the strange equipment failures, the erased trails, it wasn't just natural anomalies. This was deliberate, calculated, and whoever was behind it was still watching. I glanced around the clearing, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The forest was too quiet again. No insects buzzing. No wind stirring the leaves. Just the steady thump of my own pulse. "Why are you showing me this?" I asked. "Because you're not the first to come here, and you won't be the last. You have a choice. Keep digging and risk disappearing like the others, or walk away and tell no one." I shook my head. "I can't just walk away. Not now." He sighed, standing up. "Then you need to understand what you're up against." Suddenly, a noise broke the silence, a faint crackling from the undergrowth, like dry twigs snapping under a heavy boot. I froze. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, eyes narrowing. "They're close. You're not alone." My heart hammered in my chest as the bushes rustled violently. Shadows shifted just beyond the clearing. I could smell wet soil and something else, smoke. No, something fouler, like burned plastic. "Who's there?" I called out, voice trembling despite my efforts to stay calm. No answer. Just a slow, methodical rustling, a creeping sound that made my skin crawl. The man grabbed my arm. "Move. Now!" We plunged back into the forest, branches whipping against my face, roots clawing at my boots. The darkness swallowed us whole, and the panic pressing down on my chest made it hard to breathe. Behind us, the sound grew louder, footsteps, voices, low murmurs carried by the wind. I sat on the cracked bench outside the ranger station, the late afternoon sun spilling unevenly through the canopy, casting restless shadows on the gravel path. My hands still trembled, fingers tracing the faded grain of the wood as if I could absorb some steadiness from it. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, sharp against a faint trace of smoke from the nearby fire pit where a few locals had gathered earlier. Quiet murmurs, distant bird calls, the occasional rustle of dry leaves, nothing in this place betrayed the chaos that had unfolded inside me over the past few days. It had taken longer than I wanted to admit, but finally, I understood. The land wasn't just a glitch in the data or a quirk of the compass. It was a puzzle, and it had been solved not by technology or maps, but by raw human experience and a terrible kind of patience. I should have known that no machine could capture the wildness of this place, where the terrain itself seemed to conspire against certainty. I thought back to the first day I crossed into the no man's land, how the GPS flickered, the compass needle wavered like a nervous twitch, and every step forward felt like pushing deeper into a void of meaning. Every attempt to plot the area had ended in frustration, the data corrupt or simply missing. It was as if the forest itself was deliberately erasing its footprints, refusing to be catalogued. I remember the cold sweat on my back as I stared at the screen, a map that made less sense with every update. But what unsettled me most wasn't the malfunctioning instruments. It was what I found there, people. Or something close enough to it. Men and women who had made this place a refuge, hidden away beneath the trees, invisible to the world by design. Not ghosts or specters, but human beings who had rejected the maps, the systems, the very idea of being tracked. I met them on the third day, stumbling on an old trail carved roughly into the hillside. They were wary at first, eyes sharp and guarded, their voices low and clipped. One of them, a woman named Mara, spoke carefully, explaining how the forest had become a sanctuary for those who couldn't or wouldn't exist within the boundaries society imposed. "We're not hiding from the law," she said, "but from everything it represents. Control. Surveillance. Erasure." At first, I didn't believe her. I thought I'd been caught in some kind of survivalist enclave or fringe community, maybe even a cult. But the more I listened, the more I realized they weren't escaping into fantasy or rebellion. They were surviving by becoming part of the terrain's own resistance. Their presence, their movement, their very existence disrupted the signals, skewed the satellites, and confused the compasses. The land and its people had grown intertwined in a way no one outside could understand. The tension between us was palpable, but I wasn't an enemy. I was a surveyor, an observer. And they needed observers, two people willing to acknowledge their existence without trying to erase it, map it, or tame it. I spent 3 days with them, learning how they navigated by memory and instinct, how they read the nuances of light and shadow, the subtle shifts in the wind that told them where the river had moved or where a fallen tree blocked a path. Their knowledge was intimate, hard-earned, and entirely unrecorded. No satellite could see it. No GPS could track it. But the cost was high. Isolation wasn't just physical. It was psychological, a constant war against invisibility, against being forgotten. Mara told me about others who had tried to leave, only to be swallowed by the indifferent bureaucracy of the outside world, erased again by paperwork and surveillance. Some never made it back. Others disappeared without a trace, their stories lost in the static of the maps. I understood then that the terrain wasn't erasing its presence because it was haunted or cursed. It was protecting a fragile ecosystem of human lives that refused to be catalogued. And the very act of mapping was a kind of violence. When I finally left, it was with a heavy heart. The forest had shown me its secret, but I couldn't bring it back with me. How could I? The maps were useless, the data corrupted. And if I published the survey, I risked exposing these people, shattering their fragile peace. I was caught between my professional duty and an unspoken promise to keep this place concealed. Back at the ranger station, I handed over the incomplete data to my supervisor, careful to frame the gaps as technical errors. I omitted the parts about the community, about Mara and the others. Sometimes, protecting the truth means hiding it. Now, as the sun dipped lower, I felt the weight of those days settle into my bones. I was different. The forest had marked me, not with scars or wounds, but with a deep unease about certainty and control. I realized how much I had depended on tools and technology to define reality, how easily I had trusted the neat lines on a screen to represent the world. But the world wasn't neat. It was wild, unpredictable, and sometimes it refused to be known. I took a deep breath, tasting the sharp pine air, feeling the rough bark of the bench beneath my fingertips. My mind replayed the last moments in the forest, the way Mara's eyes held a mixture of hope and fear, the quiet determination of a group choosing invisibility over assimilation. "Do you ever regret it?" I asked her before I left, voice low. She paused, then shook her head. "No. It's better to be forgotten than to be controlled." I didn't argue. I couldn't. As I stood and folded my gear, the first stars blinked awake above the trees, distant and steady. For once, I didn't try to locate them with a compass or a map. I just looked up and let the darkness hold its secrets. Silence. Complete silence. And for the first time in days, I felt a measure of peace. Not because I understood everything, but because I had learned to accept the unknown. The forest still hid its truths, and that was its right. I walked away from the ranger station, the fading light pressing gently against my back. The land behind me was uncharted, unrecorded, and unyielding. It wasn't a failure of science or reason, it was a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough.